so many other energies. And when you're not aware of it, you're not always picking up on the best energies. You kind of,
You're into that.
you kind of, yeah, you kind of gravitate towards the saddest person or the unhappiest person because you want to help them. You feel bad, but you take on those energies, and it kind of can really become quite exhausting.
100%. Untrained empaths are, prone to sickness, illness, depression, all kind, and total exhaustion. Absolutely. We have just a little self plug here for a second. We have, I had created an online course called Becoming an Empowered Empath because of that very reason, because there's so many people out there that, especially during the pandemic, were really dealing with so much exhaustion, and they had no idea why, because we are seeing this sort of global opening of people to a more spiritual presence, a more spiritual world, more opening up to, the things that we can't see. So let me ask you two questions. How old were you when your dad died? And how did you know when your mediumship started opening up?
Oh, these are good questions. So when I graduated college, my husband and I stayed where we lived for a very long time in the upstate of South Carolina. And then we moved to Hilton Head about 6.5 years ago to be closer to my parents. And he died shortly after we moved here, totally unexpected. So it was extremely hard because we had moved here to be near him and my mom, and it was just really overwhelming. So that was about 6 years ago, and when that happened, and I'm sure you've experienced this, and many of the listeners have experienced this, when you lose a parent or a close family member, it's like the feelings are overwhelming. Like you don't even
100%.
know. Yeah, it's like really difficult to process that they can actually be gone. When you're used to talking to someone all the time and seeing them, you can't even imagine, oh, I can't talk to them anymore. And that was the thought that was with me. And I remember feeling like he was still around. And there were like little things that would happen, like I kept having all of these really unusual experiences with owls. Like I would be on a walk, and this is crazy. There would be an owl on the sidewalk, like sitting on the sidewalk that wouldn't move in the middle of the day, or sitting in my backyard on the ground in the middle of the day. I would be woken up in the middle of the night because there would be an owl outside of my bedroom. It was just like a lot of owls. And I just remember thinking, is that him? Is he trying to tell me he's still around,
Wow.
But I was, I was going to therapy, and, therapy for me anyway, it helped me deal with the change of relationships with my family members after losing my dad, but it didn't really help me with the grief as much.
Right.
What helped me with the grief was mediumship. And what happened was I was like, I know he's still around. I know that your soul is still carries on. And I kind of made it my mission to find a medium and have a reading. And it's so interesting, and you probably have maybe heard this as well, but when you're not in the world of taking mediumship classes, it's almost hard to find one. Like you find some of the famous mediums, and that's what I would find. And I'm like, well, wow, their reading is $300 and they have a 4-year wait list. Like I don't really want to wait 4 years,
Right.
And so I remember I found a medium and I paid $300 for a reading.
I hope it was good.
It was not authentic, unfortunately. I know. So it kind of But I was like, I know there's somebody better. I know there's somebody better out there, and I'm just going to keep plugging away. And in the meantime, I was still doing therapy, and I was kind of opening up to a lot of things. Like I started listening to a lot of Suzanne Giesemann podcasts, which were very helpful.
Yeah, she's a very famous
really
medium.
helpful.
Just for anyone who doesn't know, she was a military, a military career, and was zero inkling of mediumship. And then a lot in her family, and suddenly opened up, like Amy's talking about, just to open up a whole other part of her brain, another part of her mind. And now she's one of the, best mediums in the world. And it's an incredible thing, incredible story. But grief can put us in such a place where the left brain is so shut down by, especially what Amy was talking about, hit it right on the head, that it's so overwhelming. Your brain, your logic centers don't really know how to process. And it can be so hard where, this is where we find sometimes with grief, people will overeat, or they'll stop eating, or they sleep all the time, or they can't sleep at all, because your left brain that tells you what you're supposed to do is just short circuiting. It just can't process because it is so consumed by this grief. And because the left brain can be so occupied by the right brain, which is our metaphysical side, can be like, hey, they're busy, we can talk now. And it's really absolutely incredible the things that can happen. And we see this like in my case, in my story, it wasn't specifically the loss of a person. Although I do tell that story often, it was just a massive depression that my left brain was just no longer really capable of functioning in that time, that my right brain was like, psst, can we talk? And it was that start of that conversation that, because I'd had those things as a child, that I had said, nope, y'all got to go away. And it was that start of the conversation that really completely brought me out of depression and brought me into this whole new path for my life. So the grief can be a catalyst for change if we can let it. Well,
definitely. Because if that hadn't, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just going to say, if he hadn't passed, I don't think I would have done the deep dive and started listening to the different types of podcasts. And I did an alchemy book, and started just kind of peeling off these layers, and it opened things up. And, I started asking for signs and getting all these signs. And that's when I started getting all of these signs to take a mediumship class. And I was like, what? I just kind of had always thought, there's 10 mediums in the world, and they're so special, and it's so rare, and they were born that way.
Me.
And
it couldn't possibly be me, right?
Right. Yes. I was like, there's no way I could be that. And I'd always been fascinated by them too. I'd always watched shows on that, and
the woman that I worked with, she said, you're going to be doing this work inside of 3 years. And I was like, you're crazy. I would have paid money that she was crazy, but she was right. So,
yes, I couldn't believe it. I didn't feel worthy. I couldn't believe that I could do that.
Yeah, that's a big part of the journey, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it is. And then, starting to take classes, it can be kind of terrifying as well, because the other thing that we're kind of taught from TV is that, a medium, they just, look to the left and there's the spirit person and just talks to them and gives them, you know what I mean? And there's a lot more to it than that.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And if you watch not just the shows with readings, but the shows about, as a Patricia Arquette show, Medium, or other specials and things, it's like, we always solve the crime. And that's not really the truth either. That's not always how it goes. So, So do you feel like your dad is helping you from the other side? Do you feel like he's part of your spirit team?
Gosh. Oh, yeah. And
what does that
honestly, it's literally starting to crack me up, because sometimes if I'm giving a reading, or especially if I'm like in a class and I'm practicing with other mediums, you know how, I don't know everybody that's listening, but you have like this little movie screen in your mind, right? You have your little mind's eye, and you kind of, and my dad and his mom, my grandmother, I literally see them like walking in spirit people sometimes that I'm going to do for the reading. It's so funny. But my dad
it's
comes
such
to
a
my
wonderful
classes
thing.
all the time.
I love that. I love that. It's a big thing
so
because they want to help us. And I think it's important what you're saying. I think it's really important for let's say regular people or non-medium people to understand that you can do that too. When you think about your loved ones, when our loved ones pass and we've had those special relationships with them, and even if your relationship with them here wasn't the greatest, they will still choose to be on your spirit team to help you with things. And when we ask them to show us those signs, and we ask them to show us that they're there and they're with us, it's amazing things that can happen. And I have my son who's in spirit, who is he always will tell me when there's an unborn child or a child that was lost very early or transitioned very early, because he brings them. And so it's and I know because he doesn't bring adults. That's not his job. The others bring adults. And so it's really fascinating to see how they can show up in our lives and to bring our loved ones, to us. But even they're there for us. They're not just there to bring others. They're there for us. And the more we can invite them to be part of our lives, because so often we're taught, oh, they died. That's it. We're done. You don't get to communicate with them or connect with them or, talk with them or have them be part of your joys and your sorrows. And that's not the truth. And the more we can understand that we absolutely can continue to communicate with them, we absolutely can continue to have those relationships. It makes,
definitely,
not only does it help with our grief, but it really helps in all aspects of our lives. I can't tell you how, it must be like every single day I look up and I go, okay, folks, I need some help with whatever. And then it's remarkable the things that happen. And it's important that when those remarkable things happen, we turn around and we go, thank you. Because very often the inclination is to be like, I crushed that. And while we might have, it's important that we remember we didn't necessarily crush that alone, right?
Definitely. And I have found in giving readings that our loved ones, they want their loved ones here to know so badly that they are around them. And they're always, they'll give scenes of, well, she was in the garden last week picking her flowers. And she'll be like, oh, I was doing that. Yes, I was doing that. And I'm like, they see you. They see what you're doing. Or I had a woman in spirit last week who said that she was like, tell them that I'm always around them in their home. And one of the things I do is I flicker the light. And I told them that, and they messaged me like at 9:00 that night, and they said, our lights have been flickering nonstop since that reading. And I was like, that is awesome.
Because the loved ones are going, and they're so overjoyed.
Like yes.
What advice would you share with others who would like to know that their loved ones are helping them too?
I would say, some of the things that when I've given a reading that their loved ones have said are for them to ask for signs, say, hey, Grandma, can you send me a sign? And give them an idea, like, hey, Grandma, let me see pink flowers in the next few days, or, anything, like some kind of sign that maybe would resonate between the two of them. But then you also, one thing I've learned is you have to say, but don't let me miss your sign. Because I've heard people say, well, I ask for signs and I don't get them. I think we ask for signs when we're in like a moment of thought about them, or maybe a moment of sadness. And then we get busy and we might miss the sign. So say, send me the sign and don't let me miss it. And the other thing I've learned is, I think a lot of people think that automatic writing has to be like spirit is like physically moving your hand. And so nobody does it because they're like, well, I can't do that. I can't do that. But I've heard from loved ones on the other side, we call it automatic writing, but what I want you to do is just sit in your thoughts with me and ask me a question and just write down the first thing that comes in. And that's me trying to communicate with you. And I don't know if you've ever heard anything like that, but those would be two things that I would say to try to connect.
Can you explain a little bit more about what automatic writing is for people who don't know?
Well, for me, automatic writing is when I'm in a very relaxed, meditative state. Like for me, typically I'll, sit quietly for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. And then I'll just grab my notebook and I'll just write every little thought that comes into my brain. And sometimes it can be very fast writing. And it just kind of flows in, A lot of times I feel like it can be from a loved one, or maybe for me, often I feel like it's my spirit guides kind of, giving me a little bit of advice. And I think it can also be your own soul, your own intuition coming in with these thoughts.
Absolutely. When you can quiet that left brain, like we talked about. And for me, sometimes it's just a matter of taking a couple of deep breaths. It doesn't even have to be a 10-minute meditation. And I type a lot faster than I write. My handwriting is ridiculously bad. So I will put my hands on the keyboard, and left-handed daughter of a doctor, there was no chance. So I will put my hands, a couple of deep breaths, and I will put my hands on the keyboard, and I will just close my eyes, because when we open our eyes, the left brain goes, oh, you misspelled that. Oh, you've missed a comma. And so just to close my eyes, I'll put my hands on the keyboard in the right position, on the A and the S, and, where you're in the right spot. And then I will just let my fingers just go and just start typing. And for sometimes we just start with, I don't know what I'm typing. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, but the things will come. And sometimes it can be really astonishing when we look back and go, oh my God, I didn't even realize I thought that, or I never thought about it that way. And so if you've never tried automatic writing, it can be really magical way for people to communicate with us. I agree. We're getting a little, I'm sorry to cut you off. We know we're running a little bit short on time. But I want to come back to something about dismissing signs, because I think that that's really important that you set it up for people to ask, make sure I don't miss it, because I think that that's really important. Sometimes we ask for the signs, and then when the signs come in, we do dismiss them because we think, oh, I'm busy, or that's just a coincidence, or that was too small, and it doesn't, that was just a little bird. And so I love how you put that, to say, make sure I don't miss it. That's really, really important. And then I wanted to also come back to this thing you said about feeling worthy to communicate with spirit, and feeling worthy of taking a class, whether it's mediumship or anything else, to allow yourself to grow and to step into a new realm. And I wanted to ask, what was it that helped you go over the hump and to feel like, okay, I may or may not feel worthy, but I'm going to take this risk anyway. I'm going to show up. I'm going to give it a try. What was it that was the real change for you in that?
The real change for me is taking myself out of it. Being a medium, you are a channel, and you're here to deliver the messages from spirit to the people still here. And we're helpers. We are bringing that message, and every person that we meet with, we bring that healing connection and that healing energy. And there's nothing better than giving a reading where someone says to you at the end, wow, that really helped me. That really makes me feel so much better. That's the best feeling.
Yeah. Unless if you're the person receiving that wonderful reading. Amy, where can people find you if they'd like to get a reading for you, or know more about what you're doing?
Okay. My website is Amy Jeanne, JEANNE, spiritualmedium.com.
Amy Jeanne, JENNE, spiritualmedium.com. Fantastic. Amy, thank you so much for being with us today and for being so willing to share about your journey. It was so wonderful to have you here. As for me, you can find me live on my Facebook page Mondays at 4:30 Eastern for channeled information and collective card readings of the week, where I share channeled information and almost channeled information, like we're talking about with the writing, and collective card readings and individual oracle and angel card readings for anyone who would choose to have one. And those videos are also posted on my YouTube channel. Look, we're all struggling with something. You don't have to do it alone. So whatever kind of grief that you're carrying, with loss of a person, a job, a pet, whatever, just remember, some days are going to be better. Some days are not going to be. And you don't have to do it alone. We are all navigating something, but together we can walk together. We can follow the path of grief. We can find our way back into the light. So thank you for being here with me, for sharing this time as we continue to navigate the complex emotions that can come beyond the loss. We'll see you next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and welcome wherever you're watching on Catch Up or live in this wonderful world of ours. Welcome to Urban Monk 101, Mindfulness and Why Thinking is Killing You. live on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. So I want to continue the theme of mindfulness and manifestation and talk about the RAS, R-A-S. That's the reticular activating system. I think I said that right. If not, Google it. And I talk about the RAS a lot in my book, The Death of a Narcissist, which is available on Amazon. So if you haven't got it, why not? So I want to talk about the RAS. The reticular activating system is actually a walnut-sized piece of the brain, if you like. So it's at the base of the brain and at the top of the spine. And it's basically, its job is to look at things and to control things and to wake you up. You know, if you go to bed at night, you need to wake up at 5 a.m. Chances are you'll wake up 5 minutes before your alarm because your mind is focused on waking at 5 a.m. It's the RAS that does that. If you're looking for a new car, a red car, your RAS will search out the vibrational energy of red cars and you'll see more of them. As I mentioned last week, science says that's actually a thing, but it's not the fact that you're sending out vibrational energy to the universe. It's just that you happen to be aware of a red car, so you see more of them. Well, dress it up how you like. It's simply, that's the way the brain works. Vibrational, scientific, looking for it, just feeling it, seeing it, it matters not. So in the world of spirituality, where I come from, mindfulness is about getting the body and the brain and the mind to vibrate at the universal level. And to achieve that, we need to live in the moment, to be present without fear or anxiety. When we get stressed, as I mentioned on previous shows, and I'll mention again, it's the brain telling you that you're being attacked by a saber-toothed tiger and your body floods with cortisol, getting ready for fight or flight. So the RAS is a little walnut-sized shape, part of the brain that sends out those signals or listens to what you say. In the Chimp Paradox by Professor Steve Peters, that would be classed as the computer. We've got the human, the chimp, and the computer. So any event that you have, any incident or action or want or desire that you have, we store those thoughts and actions in the computer, in the RAS. It will then pop up the next time that situation occurs and say, nah, it didn't work out so well last time, so perhaps we're best not doing it this time. For example, I might have mentioned it before, it's a snowstorm, your TV's got no signal, you want to climb on the roof and sort your TV aerial out to get a better picture. The brain, the computer, the chimp even, to protect you from dying, would say, not a good idea. Last time you did that, you slipped off and broke your arm. That's how the computer works from Steve Peters' point of view. And from the RAS point of view, it's no different. It will send out signals about what you want. It will look for the things that you are searching for, and it will lead you and guide you towards those eventual results that you're actually after. So in mindfulness and in meditation, it's about not the how, but about the why or the what. So if you manifest and you start to live in the moment and be present without anxiety, we start to think about, this is what I would like to have, this is what I would like to achieve, this is what I would like to, we call them dreams. So in modern society and modern parlance, we call those things dreams. It's really a goal. And a goal without a dream is just a wish. So we need to think about how we're going to achieve those things. And the more we think about them, like we think about the red car, then the more they come to pass. So it's not about how. People get bogged down with, I need $1,000. How am I going to earn that? Well, we don't need to worry about how. We manifest a lifestyle where that $1,000 would be there anyway. We live, as they say in psychology and science, we live as if. Spoke about it, I think, the last show or the show before I went on another walkabout. We want to look at what it is we want. We need to send out those signals into the universe. Those thoughts will then vibrate at the same energy level as the thing that you most desire. Again, science would say, well, that's not the case, because you can't just sit on your settee and wish for $1 million and $1 million will appear. But the Chinese say, and I spent a lot of time in China, the Chinese say, do nothing and nothing remains undone. So if you think about the double negative side of that, if you do nothing and nothing remains undone, then something must be happening. So we don't need to do the lottery. We don't need to go to the casino and gamble. We need to focus on manifesting through the RAS what it is that we actually desire. The universe will then find a way with those thought vibrations to connect you to the vibrational energy of what it is you want. Without being present, we can't vibrate at the universal level. We will be forever anxious. We will be forever angry. We will be forever frustrated. We'll be pissed off. I'm not sure if I can say that, but Dave will tell me after whether I can or not. We'll be annoyed at the way our boss treats us. We'll be annoyed the way our partner treats us. We'll be annoyed about the way the guy cuts us up at the intersection or on the roundabout if you're from the UK. It's those thoughts, those vibrations that keep us bound to the earthly level when we're trying to get to our natural form, our spiritual level, our universal vibration. And we can only do that by being present. If the guy cuts you off, he probably didn't know, or she probably didn't know. Just let it go. Remember the film Bad Boys with the woosah? Do the woosah. It's quite simple. Just let it go. I was in Virginia City in, I'm not sure if it's Nevada or California, one or the other, where Bonanza was filmed. I was there last year, and one of the first videos that I posted from that trip was a quote that's now my Urban Monk Facebook profile. It was a little t-shirt in a shop, and it just said, let that shit go. So by letting that shit go, nothing can bother you. And if nothing bothers you, you'll begin to vibrate at the universal level. You'll begin to vibrate at your earthly level, which is where you are meant to be able to pass through into the next dimension when that dreadful time comes where we pass. So while we're here, think about what it is you want. Think about what it is that you desire, and think and live it as if you already had it. So if you, I'm not suggesting you go out and spend $1,000 on a new guitar or $20,000 that you might not have on a new car, but in your mind, live it as if you have it. So feel like you're a millionaire, feel like you're wealthy, feel like you live in that picket fence house made out of logs in the wilderness. You feel like you're living off grid. Live it as if, and the how will present itself. Opportunities will arise that you weren't expecting, that will guide you to the next level. You'll meet somebody, you'll start networking. A story from a long, long, long time ago. I booked a trip with my family to Florida. It was something like $2,500 that I needed. I didn't know where the money was coming from. And I wasn't the urban monk at the time, so I wasn't enlightened, and I wasn't living the way I'm living now, living as if. I booked the trip. Didn't know how I was going to pay for it, but back in the day, you could book a trip and you had so many months before you needed to pay off the balance. So I booked the trip, didn't know how I was going to pay for it, and come deadline day, when it was time for the $2,500, I had no idea how I was going to pay it. And I got home from work, and there was a brown envelope letter in the mail. Well, if you're from the UK, and I'm not sure about the rest of the world, but a brown envelope normally means it's a bill. It's something that you don't really want to open. But I opened it anyway. And it turned out it was a check for $2,500 from the solicitor that had dealt with the purchase of my new house. No idea. Didn't know it was coming. Didn't know that somewhere along the line somebody was sat in an office looking at the amount of money that my builder or my real estate agent had put in a little pot for me to pay for any kind of legal fees that I might have had. So once all the legal fees were paid for and sorted out, the remaining outstanding balance was sent to me in a check for exactly £2,500, $2,500, let's say. Not something I knew was coming, not something that I was banking on when I booked the trip, but I lived as if I booked it, not wondering or stressed or fearful of how I was going to pay for it or if I was going to have to cancel and upset the children. I just carried on booking the holiday and living as if we were already going. And that's the same with every aspect of life. If we live as if, the universe will put things in place, the energy vibration that you have will be in place so that you are able to live your life as you want it to live. That all comes from the RAS, the reticular activating system. Google it. It will tell you exactly what's happening. Oh, I've got a message from somebody. Oh, hello, everybody. No, it's not everybody. It's not anybody. It's somebody. It's Dave telling me I've got 2 minutes to go. So I've waffled on enough. It's gone so quickly because I was really getting into my stride. So Google the RAS, reticular activating system. If you get a chance, hit me up on Facebook, Urban Monk UK, Facebook, and Long Road to Richmond, and urbanmonk.uk@gmail.com, and urmo.co.uk. That's the website, Urban Monk, urmo.co.uk. Stay safe, enjoy yourself. I'm having a ball of a time in Times Square, although the clouds are quite still at the moment. I'm not sure if it's the bad weather, but I'll catch you all on the other side, and take care and have a great week. See you soon.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone is having a fabulous day so far. I don't know. So here I am from Asheville. I'm living in Asheville, North Carolina, and I am here if you'd like a psychic or a mediumship reading or animal communication. So while I'm waiting for someone to pop on for a reading, I wanted to remind everyone that we are now in the year of the fire horse. It's crazy. I don't know if everyone has felt the energy leading up to the fire horse, but life's on fire. I mean, hopefully you'll feel some changes being made, doors closing, rebirth, passion intensifying. For me, it just feels like everything is starting to surge forward. I don't know if you've noticed that you now have the courage to stand up for yourself. Freedom, restrictions may start to loosen. Things that you've been manifesting may start to speed up and really start to happen quicker than you thought. It's almost like, I don't know, I can't explain it except that we're on fire. We haven't had the year of the fire horse since I believe 1966 or 1967. So if you were born in the 60s, things really started changing around 1966. So we're due for, I believe, another change. So watch out for that movement. Watch out for that fire. Feel your passion ignite. Follow your dreams. If you wanted to go to Bali, go to Bali. Like, do things that you really want to do and that inspire you. I don't know if that helps, but I'm always here to help if you need it. And I believe that I have Donna in Santa Barbara, California here with me. How are you today, Barbara? Donna.
I'm pretty good, thank you. Hi, Robin. Gonna go work out at the gym.
I would like to do that too. That sounds awesome. What can I do for you today?
Well, kind of about my love life, sort of. This guy was magnetized to me. I was magnetized to him. I felt his heart, everything. But I was sitting at a table and he was standing, so nothing really happened. And then as I was driving away, he was on the side of the parking lot and he had his arms up. Oh, jeez. So I guess, will I see him again? I guess it's all in God's timing, right?
Yeah. So you didn't exchange phone numbers or talk or anything?
No.
Okay.
I was having kind of a bad day. Yeah.
Okay.
I was, I had my music on and I had an important day the next day. So, yeah.
Okay. So will you ever see him again? Let's see. So just think about that for a minute. And I'm just shuffling my tarot cards and also feeling into your energy. I feel like he was there to make you smile. And I also feel like he was there to give yourself, I don't know, to try to de-stress you a little bit or make you a little bit less nervous. I do feel like you will see him again. I'm not getting that. I don't know why, but I feel like he goes to that place. Was it a coffee shop, you said?
No, it's a beautiful restaurant right on the beach. And you can sit outside or inside.
Yeah, I do feel like I feel like he's almost kicking himself for not getting your name, not talking to you.
Yeah.
I think and so too. Vice versa.
Yeah.
Again, I don't feel like you're going to see him tomorrow, but I do feel like you're going to see him. I don't know why I'm getting 8 days, but I do feel like he goes there a lot. It wasn't like he's on vacation. It wasn't, he lives around there somewhere.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
do feel
I
like
think
you're
that
going
too.
to see him, but I feel like I just feel like he was put in your path to make you smile and to make you forget about what you were worried about in the first place.
Yeah,
And
yeah, and it all
I
turned
do,
out great. Yeah, I did it myself. It all came out
yeah,
great.
good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I don't know that he's the one.
Hmm.
It could have been, I don't feel like it was a one-off. I feel like he's in your energy, but I almost feel
Yeah.
like he's in your energy to help you. I do
Oh,
feel like
okay.
someone else is coming into your life though, and I feel like
Hmm.
it could be at the same place. But I definitely feel like
Okay.
it's going to be on the ocean, like on the sand, on the water, while
Uh-huh.
you're sitting outside reading a book or
Hmm.
listening to music or meditating or whatever you're doing, having, a
Yeah, I
bite
do
to
all
eat. I
those.
do feel
Yeah.
like that person, that's where you're going to meet the person. And I feel like this was just the beginning. I feel like he was opening
Okay.
you up to all of the possibilities, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think
I
you're
keep
right. I do.
envisioning, I know
Yeah.
this sounds crazy, but I keep envisioning you on, I know you're not in New York, but I keep envisioning you on the subway in New York and this guy just
Mhm.
knocking on the window, like, let me in, I want to say hello to you. And that's, I just keep seeing that. So I
Oh,
feel
okay.
like, I feel like you need to, well, not let him go, but let the idea of it being him go and just be open
Yeah.
to all the possibilities because I don't know why. I just keep sensing that he's the person that's bringing the right person into you. And it could be him.
Oh, I think you're
Um,
totally right. Yeah, because I was motivated by that. Now I
exactly.
only eat one meal a day. I go to the gym. I'm out there. I'm attracting men, and the men
Yeah,
that I like are attracted to me. So
good.
that's a good sign.
It is a good sign. It's a perfect sign. It's a great sign. And just remember, we're in a new chapter beginning today. And
Hmm.
that chapter is all about motivating us and pushing us forward. And
Yeah.
it's a rebirth. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So I'm getting like, dig your heels in and get ready for the ride because it's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Again,
I, I know. I think you're
you
right.
might meet the person at the gym, but I'm getting you're going to meet this person right where you were. It could be this
Uh-huh.
guy, it might be someone else, but I feel like you're going to have to choose between a few
Hmm.
people. It's not just going to be this one person. Um,
Hmm.
so get ready. It's going to be a good ride.
Yeah.
Do you have any
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
questions?
Um, mm, how about finances? Do you see those getting better? Maybe a windfall or something like that. I'm pretty lucky. I'm a pretty lucky person. So
Good.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Hold on 1 second and let me see what I'm picking up on. I do feel like finances is going to be good. Um, I'm just getting so many new beginnings with you. Like, I don't know
Yeah,
whether
I think
you're
so
making
too.
vision boards or just manifesting, but I just see you
Yeah.
riding in the sun and not feeling stuck anymore. And as far as
Mm,
finances go, I don't know if this makes sense to you, but I feel like you have a new project that you want to
yeah.
work on that is either building a
Mhm.
business or
Yeah.
building yourself up. I don't know if it has artwork involved, but I keep seeing you creatively building something. Um,
Mhm. Yeah.
and I see you rushing forward to do that. I don't mean you're going to rush into it, but I feel like once you build it, it's going to move fast. So I just keep getting the impression, don't get yourself stuck on one thing. Because when you meet that person, that special person, there's also going to be more building involved. I feel like this person's going to also help you build something new. So it's not like I'm seeing a landfall of money coming your way, but I am seeing different ways that you will bring extra money in, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm happy even without money. Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I cried away all my traumas. Yeah.
Good.
And now I feel.
But there's also something.
And I'm happy inside.
Good. But there's something else with the looking out. I don't know. Are you thinking about becoming like a yoga instructor or something? Because I feel like you're going to be building something to do with what makes you feel good, so that you can make other people feel good. So I don't know if it's a life coach.
I'd like to help teenagers, because I feel that they can trust me and they can tell me things, and I'm not going to judge them. And
exactly.
So I'm going to find a way to do that. Yes, maybe teach them a little meditation to learn how to their instincts and their intuition.
Yeah, because I feel like you're going to start building on things that you have learned that you can help other people with that maybe didn't help you when you were younger, if that makes sense.
Exactly. Yes.
And I just feel like it's just gonna, I don't want to say it's just going to happen, but I feel like everything is kind of starting to fall in place to give you, where to go next. It's like,
it's almost like the universe gives you symbols too.
Yeah,
I
symbols.
was at the beach standing there. The whole world opened up to me. Do you know what I mean? So whoa.
Exactly. And they're leaving you little, it's like birdseed being left in where you should go. So listen to the symbols, follow the symbols. And I know we only have 30 seconds left, so I'm going to wish you the best, and I can't wait to hear about that gentleman coming into your life.
Oh, thank you so much. And I really enjoyed our talk today. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Take care. And I hope everyone has a great day.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished duckling. As you can see, my shoulder's on fire, and yet I am not worried. So I hope you've had a lovely week. It's certainly been interesting. I think I'm going to cut right to the psychic tarot weather. Sorry, my hair keeps doing things, so I just decided to ignore it. But I am selling these little, I don't know if you can see what it says. I make these little necklaces that say things like, seriously, WTF, or help me, or anyway, I'll have them up on my website soon. Anyway, I'm very happy you're here. I can see you with my heart, and I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather, which is just like regular weather. I'll say it with me, less damaging to crops. And what's going to happen is, even if you're just strolling past the TV or radio podcast emitter, sorry, this still applies to you. There is no escaping it. The first card is for today. The second card is for the middle of the week, like Saturday, Sunday. The last card is the last couple of days of the week. And it's just kind of talking about the zeitgeist, which is to say, what's going on, kind of psychic weather, for lack of a better word. Okay. The first card is interesting. It's the Page of Swords. Page of Swords often means, and I have to explain, it's a whole new deck my friend Meredith Deming gave me. I love it. It's very accurate. And the reason I'm using it is because I splurged and got a cleaning person in, and she was very, very born again, and she threw out all my tarot cards. Luckily, I had these under my pillow. So, okay. So, Page of Swords usually has to do with, it can either be a younger person, which an Aquarius, a Libra, or Gemini, or a message of some kind. It's sort of a bearer of good tidings. So it's possible that you will receive by email or text this week. Oh, hi, Gail. I'll be with you in about 3 minutes. While I'm doing this, I'd like you to do some vagus nerve breathing, which is where you go, and then one more breath on top of that, and then you breathe out through your puckered lips like this. Which sounds annoying, but it's a vagus nerve, as opposed to vagus nerve, which is where you wind up in a motel room in Las Vegas with 10 unconscious sex workers, 40 bottles of empty liquor, and a decade of your life gone. But enough about my personal life. Anyway, so this is some sort of good news coming to you. The second one is interesting. I don't know if you're single, but the Page of Cups is, it looks like a suitor, but he's a little younger than you, or she. That's not a bad thing at all. I was engaged to somebody 16 years younger. He was also one of People Magazine's sexiest men alive. So I was 16 years older than him. Something he didn't know until I unwisely sent him to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription for me, and then jig was up. We still stayed together, but what the hell. So this is somebody probably younger who is looking at you with kind of surprised romantic attention. Or this could be somebody around you who's your same age bracket, who is a Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio, who is acting like a schoolboy in love, like dipping your pigtails in the inkwell, asking to watch your books home from school. Next time, he's going to ask you and your books. But so this is really nice. And the other thing it can mean is the rebirth of creativity in your spirit. If you were very creative when you were young, but you kind of gave up on it because hashtag grown up, might be a good time to do that. But this feels to me like a younger man who's interested in you. And if you're not interested in him, send him my way. Okay. And then the last card is the Star card. I never pre-pick these, by the way, just grab them and go. Star card is actually a lovely card. It means that the essence of who you are is being seen and appreciated by many more people than usual. And you might be stepping into a role of authority or a role, some sort of limelight. Limelight's an interesting word because it's actually taken from very early 20th century stage lights, which were lime calcium flares. So limelight. Anyway, so where was I? Oh, the Star card. Yeah, it's that 3 days, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. it's a good time to venture out in the world and try and use your personality and charm, which are very kind of right now, to get what you want or who you want. There you go. Or knock over 7-Eleven. It's up to you. Anyway, so hi, darling. How are you? Thanks for waiting. Miss Kentucky?
Good. Yes, I'm doing good.
Nice to hear your voice. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So if you wouldn't mind telling me when your birthday is, then we'll jump in.
December 2nd, 1960.
Oh, you're just a baby. Year of the Rat, which is great. Doesn't sound like much, but it's the most sort of enterprising and sociable of all the Chinese horoscope years. And you're Sagittarius. Woohoo! So we love this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that week of Sagittarius is very blunt. I mean, they're very jolly and great fun to be with, but do not ask their opinion unless you want their opinion, because
That's
you will
right.
tell somebody. Yeah. I had a father a couple days after you, and like, amazing, great man, not tactful, so, which I still love in people. How can I help you today, my darling?
Well, I have a friend who's having a serious surgery, and I'm hoping that she's going to be okay. She's in Louisville having the surgery.
You know, I don't think I've ever had anybody come on here and use their question time to ask about somebody else. You are a lovely and amazing person, and my hat is off to you. Imaginary hat being
Thank
put on
you.
you. Yeah, lovely. Can you tell me her first name and, if possible, her birthday?
Carolyn in August. I think August the 1st or 3rd.
I think it's the 3rd. Thank you, my love.
Okay. You might be right.
Actually, yeah, I think she's going to be okay. Is it something to do with the chest area?
Well, she's having 2 lungs transplanted.
Okay. I should have said lungs because that's what I was getting. Yeah, she is going to be okay. It's going to seem touch and go for a bit, but one thing you can do to help her along is just picture her after the operation being happy and healthy, and really feel your gratitude and love for her when you do that. But I do think she's going to be okay. I really do. When is the operation?
Well,
When
I just I got a message because she couldn't talk for a long time. She was on oxygen, and it would, deplete her oxygen. But she sent me a message saying that they said they had lungs for her, and they're on their way to Louisville.
right.
And that was last night. So
wow.
it could have been today.
I think it probably was.
I feel that it was.
Yeah, I do too. And I'm feeling that she's out the other side. I mean, she's not going to be tap dancing anytime soon, but she is. I feel like she's got years left and she's going to be okay. A lovely thing to ask. Yeah, and she's a really nice person too. She's kind of a bright light. She's had a lot of grief in her life. In Chinese medicine, yes, she has. The lungs symbolize grief, and we hold grief that we haven't really been able to fully process in our lungs. After my mom passed, I had pneumonia for like 3 months because all my grief was right there. I got better, and she is going to too. You're just wonderful. What a great person you are.
Thank you.
Let me know what happens. I'm gonna sort of pray for her too, in my own
I
praying way.
appreciate that.
Well, my pleasure. Is there anything else I can help you with, Mela?
I was just wondering, maybe about my finances. What do you see as far as that goes?
That's a tough one. I have to sort of give me a second because I have to fight through my own fear on this topic right now. You had a 401k, right? You worked for a long time. Oh, okay. Well, you've some savings.
No, I don't.
I would. Yeah, you have some savings. I would call Social Security if you haven't already and try to get anything that's owed to you sent to you now. I also, hold on a second, Kentucky. Yeah, just make sure that you're for the next couple of months until we're out of this mess. Just be you're already very careful about your spending.
Right.
I would be even more careful, and maybe if you have some sort of skill that you can kind of let your neighbors know you're good at, house sitting, pet sitting, plant sitting, something that's not too strenuous. Or even you're a very good cook. You can even like make and sell cakes.
Okay.
I don't know. Is that true? I feel like you're a very good cook.
Yes.
A little messy like me, but yes. Or maybe you're not. Maybe. So I would think about just doing something in your communities to make a little extra dosh, just to be on the safe side. The other thing I would recommend is go to your KentuckyState.gov. It's like the Kentucky government page. Look for unclaimed properties in your name and in your parents' names. I think you probably have a little money hiding there. Now, it's on the government page. Don't do anything else because it's entirely free. Just check your name, siblings, parents. I think there might be a little something there for you. I think things are going to even out. Oh, my pleasure. You're just lovely. You're such a beautiful accent, too. I want a Southern accent. All right, my dear. I think that's all they're giving me for you today. But bless you.
Okay.
And let me know what happens, okay? I'm on Facebook,
I will.
Perry Lyons.
What is your first name, hon?
Perry. P as in Peter, E-R-I. Perry, like periwinkle.
Okay.
And then Lyons,
All right.
L-Y-O-N-S. Thank you, darling. Take care.
Thank you.
What a sweetie. Okay, I get the best people on the show. I just do. So, my darling, is it Rita? My producer flashed it when I was. Hi, what a great name.
Hi.
And where are you calling from?
Canyon Lake, Texas. Canyon Lake, Texas.
Oh, cool. Never been there.
Yeah.
Always have a
In the
good
Hill
time in
Country.
Texas.
Ma'am.
Oh, cool. I have so many friends in Texas. Really nice people there, I have to say. Really nice.
Yeah.
Very good food. So, my darling,
Yeah.
I like to connect to people through their birthdays. Ouch, itch. So tell me when your birthday is. Please.
May 10th, 1949.
Oh my gosh, look at you. You're let me see, 1949, 1961. Oh, so you're the ox, which is a Chinese thing. Just it's like being a Capricorn. You're very determined. You're kind of proper, which I love. Hold on, I'll just plug this in. And we love Tauruses in this show. I'm just fixing my camera here. Sorry about that. And it's not working. Okay, so Tauruses are wonderful, especially mid-month Tauruses. Very loyal. Very just great. I don't know. So what's your question? How can I help you?
Okay. Are we on the air?
We are.
Okay. Anyway, I'm in a difficult time in my life, and I'm just curious if you see it getting any better.
Yes, I do. I think the worst, knock wood.
Okay.
My feeling is the worst is over. It's like this past week, you've been getting glimmers that something good might happen. Do you have kids? You have 3 kids? Do you mind me asking?
Well, I don't. I'm the second wife, and he had 3 kids.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're 3 stepkids. Thank you.
Ma'am? Okay.
I think you're actually really pretty protected right now, and it feels like, hold on.
Sure.
I would ask, it's kind of a weird thing to say, but this is what I do.
Okay.
I would ask your parents, who are both in heaven, to help you out. They like, on the other side, this is going to sound a little funny, but they like being given jobs. Let's face it, eternity is a long time. So They like it when their loved ones ask for help. They can't offer help because of this whole free will thing, unless it's life or death. But I feel like you had really good parents. So
No,
ask them for something.
No,
you
I didn't.
Well, they're nice
No,
now.
in fact, I would not
Oh
ask
God,
my
I'm so
dad
sorry. Oh, I feel like an idiot.
anything.
I'm so sorry. Well, where they are
It's
now,
okay.
they're very apologetic because they showed up and they're like, we'd like to help, which does happen
Well,
when
they
people,
should be.
yeah, use their guilt. Use it. I'm sorry, I'm not usually wrong about that. They just showed up saying, like, we want to help. So I guess they have a lot to make up for. Oh, sorry about that.
I think I'm hard to read.
No, it's not that. I'm nobody's hard. This is my job, and I love my job, and I'm good at it. So,
Right.
but that took me. I didn't expect them to show up, and I think they
I'm not
showed
going
up.
to ask them. So
No,
see
okay.
if I have
Don't ask
anyone
them.
else.
Don't ask them. Moving right along. Okay. One thing that's going to make you happy is being a little more in community. Do you go to a church, or is there any kind of like?
I volunteer as much as I can and have done so when I retired as a social worker. So I try to do that, but there's a situation at home. I can't do much anymore.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I get that.
Yeah.
Well, what I get is there's some sort of financial upswing coming, but it's not for 2 months.
Not for what, please?
2 months. I'm sorry. It's not a great headset. But what is happening in between time? Have you just started up something that was like an old hobby or something you enjoyed doing?
No, not recently.
You might want to think about. Yeah. You're what?
Artistically inclined, and I'm in clay class, but I'm not. I don't sell anything.
Okay. What I was saying is there's something you did as a child that you could kind of do right now without any expenditure or having to stray too far away from the house.
Oh, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Welcome wherever you're watching live on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. Welcome to Urban Monk's 10 minutes of mindful rubbish. But I'm laughing because Dave just told me to do the whole show without a verb. I have no idea what a verb is, so I've failed already. Tonight's episode, I'm going to talk about the voice in the head and letting go of self-definition. Basically, we identify with issues. The ego that I talk about constantly lives in the past. It exists purely in the present to direct you based on past experiences. We, as I touched on before, we identify as parents. We identify as an alcoholic. We identify as the husband, or we identify as a drug dealer, whatever it might be. That's the identification that the voice in the head, that's not you, gives that title and that label to us. For example, if I said, I love my car, it's not my car, it's not my life, it's not my house. My only thing is myself, life itself. So I hate my life. That's a subject and object, as we spoke about before, from Eckhart Tolle's Power of Now. If I think I'm running out of money, I'm broke, I am broke, I'm not. If I said I only have $10 or £10 in the bank, that's a fact. That's factual. That's not something that is a label that I attach to myself or my life. Human beings are going through a strange phase at the moment. We're all trying, especially on this channel, trying to raise the levels of consciousness around the planet, help people, love people, be grateful and be full of gratitude. But the majority of the world today is struggling to find its identity or its place. Nobody knows who they are or what they are because we're so obsessed with attaching labels to ourselves. If you can take a moment to think and not identify yourself as anything, but just as a being, there comes a moment of clarity. While you're in that space of now, if you like, and I like to think that my religion is Nowism, not Taoism or Buddhism, but Nowism, because now is the only time in the universe that we ever will get. Previous moments have gone, the next few moments haven't arrived yet. So we can't base how we are and how we think or allow the ego to put those thoughts in our head, because we're only present right now. So a couple of examples of things that have happened recently. A client of mine was found out that she'd been accused of being unfaithful, and she quite rightly told her partner, who then went off on a catastrophic ride of catastrophizing. What if she had? He spoke to me as a client as well. He spoke to me at length that there were times when she goes from the house shopping and doesn't return for 3 or 4 hours. What if that's the case? What if it's actually true? So instead of listening in the moment and understanding where she was coming from and the depth of her concern, his mind started to play little tricks on him. His mind started to play little movies or make stories up in his mind to justify his doubt and his own insecurity. His insecurity came about from the fact that he identified with being her partner, and that's all that mattered. So if the stories were true, that would be the end of his relationship. That would be the end of his identifying with a 20-year relationship, with the trust and the honesty. So you can see how that little voice inside your head can play terrible, terrible tricks. And it's about not engaging with that voice. It's going to be there, but you can quieten it down, take a moment to reflect, jot into a little bit of mindfulness, do a little bit of Tai Chi or a bit of yoga, or wash the dishes. Anything to take your conscious mind away from focusing on what is essentially poison from someone else, sending out energy into the world, which will come back to bite them. We all know about karma. Apologies for the sunglasses, but I'm sat in the backyard of Monk Towers. It's very difficult with the sun shining. We're going through a bit of a heat wave in the UK, which is quite nice. Playing havoc with the plants in my allotment, but apart from that, it's not a problem. And we talk about my life. My life is just life. There is no my involved in that. So if we're starting to think about issues and I am feeling lonely, or I am feeling upset, or I am feeling ill, take time to just take away the verb or whatever it is involved in that sentence, to just accept that you are just you. There is no attachment to you as a person. You are a vibrational, energy-filled bag of skin and bones. That's all we really are. So the problems we get tied down with and the problems we get bogged down with are because of the voice inside. Imagine that you're lying safe in bed. Yeah. Anything that troubled you in the day, that troubled you or is potentially going to be troubling you tomorrow, the voice inside your head, the voice that is responsible for continuing your breath in the night, continuing the blood flowing around the body, we don't ask it to. We don't say, I am digesting my food. We just assume that the food will be digested by the thing that takes care of us. So if that voice inside your head focuses on the anxiety, the body inside, the one that cures the cut, the one that keeps the blood flowing, alerts the brain to danger. Once the brain is alerted to danger, as I've said before, all kinds of hormones and chemicals is flooded, will go partly back to the brain to make that story even worse. The rest of the energy will remain inside the toxic, creating vibrational discrepancies within all the vital organs. So even while you know you're tucked up in bed, nice and calm, nice and warm, your brain is telling your body that you're under attack. We have to just take a moment, think about the thought. If I can achieve something with that thought right now, I will. If I can't, I need to again, and I'm going to say this every week, as Professor Steve Peters says, take the chimp and give it a banana. It will go back in its box. Everything will be as it should be. The body will be vibrating at its normal, universal healing level. So today's thought for today is let go of self-identification. Don't listen to the voice inside the head unless it's telling you not to cross the road when the traffic lights are on green. There are certain things that it's designed to do to keep you alive. The rest of the time, it needs to exist. And as an energy vibration, it can't exist if you're present and in the moment. So again, thank you for checking in. It's been another interesting chat. The sun's shining. I need to go and get myself a beer. I hope you all have a great time. Have a great week, and I'll see you next time.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Loss. Conversations in grief education and healing with Sherry Dworkin-Smith. Live from SherryDworkinsmith.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Law on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, hello. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the first episode of our grief education podcast, Beyond the Loss, Conversations in Grief Education and Healing. I am Sherry Dworkin-Smith, and I am a certified grief educator, a psychic medium, and a hypnotherapist. I help people to navigate their individual grief journey by providing a safe space for people to share their feelings, along with sharing tools to help folks move through their grief in more meaningful ways, which can help lessen those giant impact waves of grief while still honoring the loss. I am not a mental health professional. I am not a therapist or a psychologist. I am a certified grief educator. And I'm honored to have been trained in one of the first cohorts of world-renowned grief expert David Kessler's grief education training certification. I've been doing this work for many years, and as a psychic and as a medium, it felt like a natural addition to my work. So when David created his exceptional program, I jumped at the opportunity to work with him. As a medium, I connect with our loved ones in spirit to facilitate communication and to remind folks of the continuity of the soul. Our loved ones aren't gone, they're just with us in different ways. And as a hypnotherapist, I help people overcome challenges in their lives, such as anxiety, fear, building self-confidence or self-esteem, smoking cessation, so many other things that can leave us feeling stuck in our lives. And as we go forward, I am happy to answer questions about the various things that I do. So our time together will not focus on mediumship. A bit of that might show up from time to time. Rather, this space is for anyone navigating the heartbreak of loss. Whatever kind of grief you're carrying, whether your grief is fresh, anticipatory, or something that you've carried with you for years, this is a place where we can talk about it. Together, we're going to create a safe space to talk about grief and loss and the ways that we can make our way through it. And I'm so grateful to be here. I'm so grateful for you to be joining me on the journey. And I thank you for coming along. So let's get started. And of course, my eyes are watering today. As I mentioned before, I have been doing this work for a long time. And in my work as a medium and a grief educator and as a hypnotherapist, I talk to people every day who are dealing with grief. Some people are living with grief that they're not even aware of, and others have issues in their lives that they had no idea were even related to grief. We need to talk about these things. We need to learn that it's okay to talk about grief. It's okay to feel it. And by bringing these conversations into the light, we can lift and support each other and hopefully help non-grievers have a better understanding of what's going on and how they can help. We don't talk about grief. We're not taught about it. And most people have no idea what to say about it, especially to someone who's grieving. So many times I've been to a memorial service or funeral, and the one thing that I hear over and over again is, I don't know what to say, but. And I realize that we have a real need in our society to talk more openly about grief and loss, to help people know that it's okay to feel what you're feeling, that there's no wrong way to grieve, and how to support those around us with words and actions that help rather than making things worse. I think we may be able to agree that we're living in a time when many people are dealing with some kind of grief and loss on a daily basis. That's just an unfortunate fact of being alive. The world is loud. It's a complicated place, especially right now. And let's not forget that loads of people are still dealing with the consequences of the pandemic, either personally or within their communities or really in various industries as well. And whatever your thoughts are on how all of that unfolded, we can't escape the reality that over 1 million people died in the United States alone. That's a massive uptick in the number of people suddenly dealing with grief over the last few years. And regardless of your beliefs or your politics, our country also has a huge problem with people dying from gun violence. We've got rising rates of domestic violence, job loss, increasing cancer diagnoses in people younger and younger, aging parents, depression, all of it. And all of it increases the number of people navigating some form of grief. That is something that affects everyone, individuals, families, whole communities. And at some point, some kind of grief is going to affect each and every one of us. We're taught as children how to tie our shoes, how to have good manners, say please and thank you. We're taught how to feel proud and encouraged and how to feel joy. We're directed and we're shown by our parents, hopefully, how to process our anger and feel shame and how to say we're sorry when we've done things wrong. But we're never taught how to handle sadness or grief. And so often it's couched in boys don't cry because that's a sign of weakness, or girls don't cry because it means we're over emotional or we can't be trusted, or. The emotion of grief and sadness seems like it's the only one in our current societal structure that it's not tolerated or permitted. It has no place in the conversation. In generations past, grievers, especially widows, were expected to hide themselves away so their grief would not be made public. They weren't allowed to be seen in public. Mirrors were covered in their homes, and they wore black so everyone knew who to avoid. They were expected to disappear. Grief has always been this thing to be hidden or shunned, to pretend it doesn't exist. And now we have a society with an overabundance of grief and no readily available tools to deal with it. We also have a very real mental health crisis going on in our country, and much of it can be traced back to unprocessed, unacknowledged, or unmanaged grief. So let's talk about it. Let's bring it out in the open. Let's lift each other up. Now, we're not going to be all bumming out every day, every week, but let's create a safe space of love and support. And let's share the stories. Let's acknowledge our grief, and let's create more I see you moments. Let's build the tools to help us move forward and to live in our grief. Grief is not something wrong with you that needs to be fixed. It's not a problem to be solved. It's something we learn to cohabitate with. It's something I hope we can learn to speak about and something we can learn to honor together. I'm often asked to share the story of how I became a medium. And while I won't tell the whole story today, what I will share is that I've heard voices and been aware of other presences my whole life. And as a teen and in my college years, when it got super intense, I closed the doors and I pushed this connection away. Later, as an adult, I had reopened myself to the spiritual world, but I hadn't yet decided what I was going to do with all of this. And it was after my dear friend Michael passed that this purpose in my life really came into focus. Michael was one of my best friends. When our children were born, we were mommy and me BFFs. And after he died, I like to say he became the biggest busybody in my life. From the other side, he understood my abilities and my path. And he used that to push me into service. He needed me to get a message to his spouse. Michael was persistent. He needed my help. And of course, I wanted to help my friend. On a visit back to Los Angeles, where we had lived for many years, I was able to connect with Paul, Michael's husband. When I delivered his message, Paul's whole demeanor changed, and I could see relief move through his body. His face, previously contorted into a pain-filled scowl, melted, and his shoulders relaxed, and he was finally able to let go of some of the grief. I had been able to help with the guilt, the helplessness, and the direct pain of his loss, And it was truly humbling to be able to help people I loved so much. But still, in that moment, I had no idea how to help him deal with the grief of living without his beloved partner when they had been side by side for more than 4 decades. A few days later, my mom mentioned that I seemed out of sorts. I told her I was still sad about Michael's passing, and it had been barely a week since the funeral. And she said, "You're still upset about that?" Her words hit me like a punch in the chest. And my mom is great, and I know she didn't mean any harm or offense. It was just a flip comment. And because Michael had not been a big part of her life, she likely had no idea of the pain that I felt. For millions of people, their understanding of grief is people crying in a church or next to a coffin or by a grave. Many people think that grief is what they see in the movies or on the news. And because it didn't affect them personally, they have little understanding of how it shows up or what it feels like or what to say to someone who's dealing with it. That's why I'm here. And I hope through our time together, we can create a window in time each week where we can come together to be seen and heard and supported, and hopefully laugh a bit. Grief is not something we need to fix. It is something we need to bring out into the open and talk about and deal with together. I'll include links to the blog posts about my journey to becoming a medium and my story about Michael in the show notes in case you'd like to know more. I know from my own experiences how frustrating it is that there are so few resources available to people dealing with grief. And I will be sharing more of those as we go forward. Newscaster Anderson Cooper of CNN also has a podcast called All There Is. It's really a great listen, and he started it to help him deal with the passing of his mother, Gloria Vanderbilt. He realized he needed a way to process his grief, and finding few resources himself, a newscaster and journalist, he started reaching out to others that he knew had faced these difficult journeys as well. He recently interviewed documentarian Ken Burns, who said, "I think we've done ourselves an extraordinary disservice, not just at a social political level, but also at an intimate level, if we can't let loss and grief be part of our common language." And I believe he's right. As we go forward, we are going to hear from you as well. I want to hear what's going on, how you're doing, and to offer tools to support you as you navigate your own grief journey. Today, though, I want to spend a few minutes talking about the more common types of grief. You might want to jot some of these down or bookmark this episode so you can come back and listen again when you're not doing something else. But notice what comes into your mind as I go through each of these types of grief and see if perhaps you've been holding on to something that maybe you didn't even realize was grief manifesting itself in your life in the first place. Our pain is trying to talk to us and to teach us and to help us to heal. And too often we're just taught to just get through it or push it aside. I can't deal with that right now, right? So if these feel familiar to you, some of them may not, and that's okay. Grief manifests itself differently for everyone. Some people sleep, some others experience insomnia, some overeat or undereat, have malaise, or they're short-tempered, or dealing with grief is as individual a process as the person experiencing it. And I think perhaps that's why there's not that many mental health professionals who choose to delve into it. It's complicated, it's hard, and it's definitely not something with a quick fix. It takes time. It takes the time it takes. And unfortunately, in our instant gratification society, people expect us to just get over it, and our grief, get over it in the time of a 24-hour news cycle. I want to clarify that grief isn't just something that happens when someone we care about dies. Grief can come to us for a host of reasons other than death. We can grieve the end of a relationship, a job, moving out of our home, and a pending loss, closing a chapter, and on and on. And even if these things are largely positive, we can still feel the effects of grief and sadness and loss. So this is just a quick synopsis of some of the more common types of grief that people may be facing. Unexpected grief is one of the more common things I talk with people about. For example, when my ex-brother-in-law passed away not that long ago, I was genuinely surprised by how much grief I felt. I never had a big brother, and while it lasted, it was great. The latter years were really difficult, and when he passed, I thought what I'd feel more than anything else was relief, but Instead, there was a strong sadness I hadn't truly expected. There's normal grief, though. To be honest, I don't really love this descriptor. Grief is normal, though each grief journey is unique and is unique to the people and the circumstances, and it should be treated that way. Anticipatory grief is often associated with an upcoming loss, perhaps from illness or age. We know something bad or hard is coming, and so we begin to steel ourselves against the pain ahead of time. We can fall into the grief as if the loss had already happened. Complicated grief can occur when the griefer does not move all the way through the steps of grief and may feel stuck in one aspect or another. Chronic grief can develop when intense reactions to loss don't subside over time. Strong emotions, of course, are normal, a normal part of grief. However, over time, they should decrease, at least in some ways. Time heals, as they say, and in given time, the sharpness of initial grief should quiet itself a bit. Cumulative grief comes when we're dealing with thing after thing after thing, and it can feel like one thing after another piles on until we get to that proverbial last straw. Delayed grief is the stuff that hits us later on. For example, I was lucky enough to have my grandparents well into their 90s, and when they passed one after the other, I didn't cry at the time. But a few months later, we inherited their bedroom furniture, and when we set it all up, my tears and sadness came pouring out. Distorted grief can be intense or extreme, kind of misplaced reaction to loss. For example, when someone dies by suicide, those left behind may feel somehow responsible, like they should have known what was going on or been able to stop it from happening. And far too often, that's just not the truth of the situation. Exaggerated grief can show up, especially when we are just done. Our emotions are frayed and actions can become more frustrated or disruptive. In some situations, there can also be nightmares or self-destructive behavior. Secondary loss is the loss because of a loss. Perhaps you're no longer a caregiver, so there are things you no longer have to do or get to do. No longer visiting certain places or certain people. Loss can affect so many areas of our lives that we may not even realize it. Masked grief deals with those things that may not even look like grief at all, but they are. Exhaustion, mind fog, body pain, decreased or increased appetite, procrastination, even depression can all be part of grief. Disenfranchised grief may be where you feel your loss isn't being validated by others. And one place we see that is when a celebrity passes unexpectedly and people have an extreme reaction. Others may question the level of anguish towards someone the griever may not have personally known. This same scenario can also trigger collective grief when many are grieving the same losses together, like after the tragedy of a mass shooting. This is a very quick summary of the more common types of grief. And the bottom line is there are many kinds of grief and not one right way to get through any of them. Through our time together, we will dive more into the various types of grief, and we'll be talking about things that are helpful and the things that are not helpful as well when we're navigating these different pathways, both as grievers and as we support those who are. We'll work on understanding grief and the various phases and the different ways that grief can show up in our lives. And we'll talk about tools for navigating the harder days, like coping with anniversaries and birthdays and the holidays. We'll talk about ways to honor our loved ones who've transitioned, and we'll also be discussing self-care, which is so important. And I'm sure we'll dive into mediumship and spirit communication, visitation as well. Mediumship is an amazing way to help soothe the pain of losing a loved one. Knowing they are still there and that they're paying attention to what's going on in our lives can often bring a level of peace and healing when the time is right. Some episodes like this one will be just me, though I hope most will also include you. Honored guests who choose to share their stories so we can come together to feel, support, and learn how to cope with difficult situations and the different kinds of grief that affect us all. I want to hear your questions as well, and I know that A1R Psychic Radio has a way to sign up to be a guest or to submit a question, and that I can answer on the air here as well. So if it feels right for you, I hope you will choose to participate. One thing I know for sure is that when we connect, we heal. Even in listening to Anderson Cooper's podcast, he's not sharing any tips or tools. It's just a conversation, and you can see how healing that can be in every episode. We need to be able to talk about our grief and not feel like we need to swallow our words. We need to cultivate the spaces where our grief and our emotions are welcome. These spaces are important because if you're struggling with grief, it may not be appropriate to break out in crying and tears at work. It can put a strain on even the best of relationships when you are rightfully needing to talk about your grief again and again. It is part of the process, and it's how we heal. Part of the problem is we don't always have access to the spaces where our emotions are welcome, where our stories are welcome, and our grief is safely on display. Talking about it helps. It's not easy, but it does help. And it's also how we honor our loved ones who are no longer with us. Some people don't want to talk, and that's okay too. Others want people to continue mentioning them, saying their names, and keeping those memories at the surface. As I've said, there's no right way to process a loss or a right way to grieve. There are steps. We may have heard some of these before, especially around death and dying: anger, depression, bargaining, denial, acceptance. There's truth in these, and the order is not important. And it shouldn't be surprising that the stages of death and dying are also some of the stages of grief, along with meaning, honoring, and remembering. I like to share this image with you. If you can imagine a box with a square drawn on it and a red button on one side with the word that says pain. And inside, there's an enormous purple blob. It fills the entire square. Every thought, every move jiggles the blob and hits the pain button. Everything hurts, and everything can be a trigger. And that very well may be where you are today, and that's okay. Over time, the big purple blob, and your blob may be a different color, and that's okay too, but your blob will get smaller. I promise you it will. And while the red pain button will always be there, not every move, not every thought will cause the purple blob to hit it. For today, your assignment is to draw your own box with your own red pain button and your any color blob, and ask yourself, how big is my blob today? Remember, grief is not linear, so your blob may be a different size on different days, and that's okay too. How big is your blob today? Whatever you're working through and whatever your loss, I welcome you to share it here. Each week, we'll have time for 1 to 2 guests, depending on the situation, and I would be so honored if you would be part of our journey. Whether you're here to feel less alone, to learn something new, or just hear a friendly voice, you're welcome here. You have a part to play too. Share what you're learning, share what you're hearing with others. I can only reach those of you who are here, tuning in, or watching the replay. You can reach those in your circles, who can reach those around them as well. And together we can really start to change the way people in our communities are dealing with and talking about grief. And if you are dealing with grief and you'd like to work with me, please know I would be honored to help. You can message me via Facebook or through my website is really the best way, and we can talk about what's going on and see if a grief education session is right for you. In any grief education session, we start by sharing about your loved one or the loss you're dealing with. A grief education session, like our time here, is a space where we can talk it out and we can build tools and sometimes even a little bit of homework to help you move through your grief journey with less trauma and more meaning. If you're struggling, if you're interested in setting up a session to see how it feels for you, please don't hesitate to reach out and let me know. So I want to thank you before we close. I want to thank you for being part of our mission to create a space for healing and positive change by starting some important conversations. Be sure to follow me on the socials. I'm not on Twitter or X, but you can find me live on my Facebook page on Mondays at 4:30 Eastern for channeled information and collective card readings for the week, where I share channeled information and a collective card reading to help us get through the week, along with individual oracle card readings as well. Videos are also posted on my YouTube channel. And for more information on my services and classes, such as unspooling your DNA or becoming an empowered empath, to be added to my email list, or to book your personal grief consultation, psychic mediumship, or hypnotherapy session, please be sure to visit my website at sherrydworkinsmith.com. If you've enjoyed this podcast, be sure to share it with your friends or anyone else you think could benefit from listening. I look forward to next week, where we will be welcoming our first guests, and I hope that will be you. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for setting aside this time for you. Remember, your grief is not something to be fixed or a problem to be solved. It's part of you to be cared for and gently integrated into a new version of yourself, perhaps even a better one. You're not alone. And as my friend Elizabeth's son Sam recently shared, aren't we so lucky we can be together and we don't have to grieve alone? We're all in this together, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you for tuning in. Bye-bye.
Every generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLees.crystal.shop. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Your Beautiful Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. I am Jenna Lee. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life. I am so happy to be here. It's been a great week. So many blessings have opened up. I know I opened the show up with the same statement almost every single time, but it has been such a great week. I would love for you guys to put in the comments, if you're watching on YouTube, what good things you have noticed transition for you and come into the new year, and just amazing things that are happening for you. So today, I don't really have so much of a class prepared. I have been blessed to finally find a new home after 6 months of looking, and I was able to move in, and it's just been a little bit chaotic. So one of the things that I had kind of thought about talking about was something that's kind of personal for me right now, which is forgiveness. And I've kind of talked about this in the past just a little bit, but I've really had to do some, deep work, some healing work this last month, some trauma I've gone through. And when I'm in communication with spirit, now I don't know about you guys, but I was always taught to pray for our enemies and pray for people who have done us wrong. And when you're going through it in the heat of the moment and you have so much anger from the betrayal and the hurt, how is it that we can forgive? I like to try to forgive like right away so that I can just let it go, because forgiveness is for us, not for them. And so as I've been sitting with Spirit and asking, how can I forgive this person who really hurt me, who really did me wrong, treated me so poorly and did things to me that I didn't deserve, how can I forgive them? And when I'm sitting with Spirit, you know, the number one thing is that they always say, pray for them. And I get to a point where I love prayer, but I got to a point where I cannot pray for this person who has done me so wrong. So what else can I do in the meantime? And Spirit had told me, if you can't pray for them, ask one of your friends to pray for them instead, because you can sit in with the prayer and it's not as hard for your friends most of the time to pray for that person who's done you wrong. And in that form, you're still present, you're still getting the healing. And I really wanted to share that little bit. If you're having a hard time praying for somebody who has done you wrong so that you can forgive, ask a friend or a family member to help pray for you or, with you for that person. So you're still able to get some healing and do some forgiveness. Hey, Dave, will you do me a favor if you can and put that name back up on my screen, please? Guys, please say prayers for my producers because they are amazing. I seen Panama City. That's all that I retained. Michelle from Panama City. Oh, Panama City Beach, Florida. Hi, Michelle.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Okay. Okay. I kind of lost my voice. I choked on taking some of my vitamins, and I didn't know what to do, so I coughed, and it still got stuck, and then so I finally had to try to make myself throw up because it was stuck in the middle of my throat, and so now I've lost my voice.
When did that happen?
Thankfully,
Just now?
I got it out. No, it happened yesterday. It happened yesterday.
Okay. Okay. So a little bit of a sore throat going on too?
Yeah. So, I mean, I didn't have one. No, I didn't have a sore throat until I had to stick my hand down my throat to try to throw up because the pill got stuck in the middle of my airway. So it was pretty scary, and then I kind of panicked. I kind of panicked. I thought, oh my God.
Have you ever looked into the spiritual reason about why things like that happen? Yeah. So what are you choking? Like, what are you choking on? What are you holding back? What are you not speaking about? What are you holding on to so desperately that just needs to come out? Things like that. Those are some symbols or some spiritual reasons about why you would choke on things. Is your wheels turning a little bit?
Yeah, I'm ready for my daughter to move out of my house.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm about ready to lose my mind. I mean, I love my daughter and the two kids, but I just can't handle it. It just, I live on a boat, and it's just not made for kids. And she's got, it's been 6 months. I told her, so she got turned down from housing because she didn't tell them about her children.
Oh, dang it.
Like, oh my God.
Well, what can I help you with tonight?
So now we're just whatever, what are you good at? I mean, are you good for seeing things in the future or,
Yes, I'm pretty good at almost everything, honestly. It just is a matter of your energy being open. So, if you can tell me the questions, I can best direct you.
Well, I'm ready for my daughter to move out because I'm about ready to have a heart attack because the stress is so godly. And I've already told her, and I don't want to kick my grandbabies out. I mean, they're 4 and 5.
Right.
So it's so easy for the people to say, just kick them out, She has nowhere to go.
And so she's fighting you up. Like, she's fighting you on that, just so you know. Like, she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to. So that's going to be the challenge right there.
Right, because I'm her gravy train because she don't want to be responsible.
Right. So to me, I can see
I'm
her moving out, but go ahead.
You do? Oh, I was just going to say, and then me and my ex are talking again. The first time in 2 years. I mean, we've been talking, but we may end up getting back together. He's never stopped loving me, and I think he's trying to get help. He was addicted to pain pills, so he's trying to get an implant done so he can get off the pain. And that was the whole reason I had split up with him. But during the whole year, I financially needed help, and he still helped me even after I told him to leave. He figured it up. Like, he gave me like $6,000. And not too many exes will do that, So I know he still loves me, even after I kicked him to the curb.
Yes. Okay, so let me go into the daughter first really quickly. I think that the energy of your daughter, you guys are like fighting up because she doesn't want to leave. You're frustrated. You want her to leave. So the energy is just fighting each other, obviously. I do see her eventually leaving, but unless she changes something significant in her life, I don't see it happening for at least another 6 months. So, I mean, you've got a ways to go unless she will change something significant. Now, I have had this happen. If you're up for doing some energy work, what I have done in the past when I needed people to move out so I could have my space, but wasn't getting anywhere with it. I needed it to be their idea or, something significant happened. I would set the intention in my space that I needed this person to leave so that I could have my peace, so I could have my quiet, my safety, my security. And I would just state out loud what I wanted and then pick songs and dance with that intention to those songs. And they usually, for me anyways, they would do it within like 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks or whatever. Now, if you can start trying to shift your mind instead of being angry and frustrated and annoyed and upset to like, this is best for both of us, visualize her getting a new house, visualize all the good things and dance to that intention, the energy will flow better for you than fight up against you.
Okay. Well, she's not even taking the initiative. I'm like, you need to call HUD, And
yeah, well, she doesn't want to. Why would she? Like, she doesn't want to. There's nowhere, And so that's why I'm telling you, you're gonna have to do some of the work for yourself for that, because she doesn't want to. So I don't see it happening for quite some time, like 6 months, like I said, unless you start taking some initiative and doing some of that spiritual work for yourself.
I'm about ready to lock the door.
Yeah, I know how that feels.
But yeah,
okay, so
I'll do anything.
Going into, did you say he's an ex-husband or an ex-boyfriend?
Well, he was like a husband. We were together for 11 years.
Okay.
And I've just had a hard time. I've had a hard time moving on. And maybe it's because I still love him,
Well, you definitely do. I do see you guys getting back together, but I would really like to tell you to please take caution. He does mean really well. He's got a beautiful heart and a beautiful energy. Obviously, he fights some demons, but the challenge for you is that you're such a giver. You give so much of yourself that there's nothing left. You lose yourself in the process. It's almost like you completely break yourself to help other people out that you love. And even though he is talking about getting help, which I can see, what I also see is if you jump in too quickly before he actually goes and gets that implant and that help, he's not going to follow through. So you have to be so mindful with your choices of giving too much too fast, because then I think that in his mind, what would happen is, well, you love him for who he is and that's okay. And then he won't follow through and you guys are going to be in the same pattern you were last time. Choose to do things differently, even if it tortures you on the inside. Yeah. So I'm just telling you to choose to do things differently. It's going to torture you because I feel that love there. I see that connection so strongly from your hearts coming in. And it's like every part of you just wants it so badly, but you're going to have to choose differently. If you rush into it, you give too much of yourself at one time, he will not follow through. And then the same pattern. So please take it slow. Make sure that he, follows through and gets that implant first before you guys, really jump in and give it your all. And you'd be on a different cycle at that time.
Yeah, I haven't totally given in yet. I haven't had sex with him or anything since we split up 2 years ago. And I'm kind of scared to take that step forward until I know he gets help,
Right. And that's very smart of you. So I think you really are doing a good job of following your intuition there. You guys are probably always going to be connected like that. You have such a strong soul connection. And truly, from what I can tell, you guys are meant to work it out and be together. But we're humans. We have free will. Things get in the way. I think that's why you have such a strong pull. And nobody likes to hear it, if not in this life, in the next one. But if you guys can make it work, if he can get that help, you guys will have challenges, but you're going to be okay.
Okay. It's been so awesome talking to you. You lifted my spirit.
Well, good luck on everything. Please do some of those techniques. And then I'd love to hear back from you in the future to see how things are going, okay?
That is awesome. And what was your name again?
My name is Jenna Lee.
Jenna Lee. I wonder if I've talked to you before. I probably have. But thank you so much. I don't know
for sure, because I don't know if I've seen Panama City Beach come up yet. But yes, I would love to talk to you again in the future. So good luck. Keep your spirits high, okay?
Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Hey guys, next we've got Taylor from Nebraska, Grand Island, Nebraska. Never heard of that one either. Hey Taylor, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Oh. I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. When you said you're doing okay, it didn't sound like you were doing okay. So what's happening?
Well, I don't know, maybe it was like December 13th, I lost my cat, and I've had him for 7 years. I feel like he's my soul pet. And it really just, it hurts.
Yeah. How did he go?
He went, organ failure. And it was so bad. He looked really flat, like more than normal. And when I picked him up, he couldn't get off the ground. And then when I picked him up, my heart just sank down to the pit of my stomach, because it felt like he was only fur, no bones, no muscles, no nothing. But he was still alive, meowing in pain. And from there, my boss took him to the vet, because I would have never made it. I was not really with it. I was devastated. And from there, he had a cardiac arrest.
Yeah. Was he sick for quite a while before he went like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
He had colitis.
Did he like to snuggle you?
He had a whole bunch. Huh?
Did he like to snuggle you quite frequently?
Yes.
Yeah. Because it looked like cats are so incredible. They're so beautiful. But they're very sensitive, and they're more psychic than humans are. And so they frequently like to be on you when you are sick or upset to help to heal you. And it looks to me like he was a really strong protector and to help you take on your energy, I say, is kind of how it looks. I know your pain, because I just lost my dog last month after having her for 9 years, and it just doesn't go away. And mine was very trauma-based as well, so I understand what you're going through. Has your cat showed up in your dreams yet?
No.
Not yet. Okay. So they will. I see my dog's spirit, with my psychic abilities and in my house, and I hear her bark all the time. Yours is going to start showing up too in your dreams. He's around in the house frequently. He's still there. His spirit is still there. Do you still have like a scratching post or something of his?
Yes.
Yeah, because he's showing me that he still uses that. He's there. You guys have been together. I don't know if you believe in reincarnation or not, but you guys have been together many, many, many times. Many, many times.
Yes.
And it looks like he's always been a cat too. Like I was trying to see if he shifted forms, but not too much. He likes to be a cat for whatever reason. But he's been with you many times, and he's already passing messages, just telling you like, we're not going to be separated for too long, okay? And I don't mean that as in like, oh, you're going to transition too. I don't mean it like that, okay? So like, don't take it like that. But two things are going to happen. He's still so fresh. He hasn't made up his mind yet, and you haven't either because of the grieving period. But there's a possibility that he's going to come back in this lifetime as another one again, because he doesn't like to be separated from you either. I don't know, you guys have had a very strong connection. He's a totem for you, which is an animal protector. So just know that that's a possibility that he's going to be coming back around in physical form, but he is definitely with you in spiritual form. He's even showing me being on your bed by your feet or kind of by your knees at nighttime.
Oh, yeah. The day day after he died, I swear to God, I woke up and I was in a panic because I thought I kicked him off the bed. Like it felt so real. I swear I kicked him. and I woke up and I'm like, oh my God, Toby.
My dog was so small. But then your heart hurts, huh? And then your heart just sinks and it hurts so bad. I know what you're going through. But yeah, he's with you. He's with you a lot. So yeah, he's really attached to you, but I see him so strongly on the bed by your feet, by your knees, and he's there a lot. So if that's where you need to go to feel that comfort, go lay in your bed and like snuggle and just talk to him because he's still around. You guys are going to be together like in every lifetime. It looks like you guys are just really attached to each other. So.
Okay.
He must have a favorite toy that he couldn't part with. What is it?
He didn't really get in. He loved catnip.
Oh.
He loved the catnip. He was he loved that catnip.
But he's just saying don't get rid of that. Don't get rid of that. He must like that.
Oh well, I already did. I'm like, I don't want rid of it. I don't. Yeah, I didn't want to look at it anymore, so I gave it to my dad's cats.
Oh,
and then I gave him like the blanket I bought him. It was a fluffy blanket, and that's when he started dying, like having his organ failure in that blanket. And I had my boss throw that away because it's hard like to look at it, and then when I go to work, because it happened at work, it's like looking in that spot of when he started his episode, like looking at that spot, it's just really bad memories.
I know. Where do you work at?
I work at a hotel.
Okay.
I know basically a Best Western hotel.
Okay. So the trauma that you are going through, I'm telling you that I'm going through something. Mine didn't happen like that. Mine, unfortunately, my dog got murdered. But the trauma is still there. And so it's in the most horrendous way too. So what I've been doing, I'm still grieving really hard about it because the way that they did it, I can't get it out of my brain. And so what I'm choosing to do is do EFT tapping, and I communicate with her as much as I can, even through the grief. But if you can look up EFT tapping, emotional freedom technique, that's really been helping me to rewire. Because when I buried my dog, I buried her at my best friend's house because that's where we were happiest. And now every single time I'm at my friend's house, which I just got done living with her, and when I look out the window, instead of seeing the backyard, all I see is where I buried her at, and all I see is the trauma.
Yeah.
And so I've had to find ways to help heal that, and the best for me has been EFT tapping. It's going to help to rewire the brain. There's a few techniques, easy techniques from EMDR that helps to move So trauma, just so you know, and PTSD gets stuck in this part of the brain up front, and it seems like it's happening right now. We can't move. It's stuck in the part of the brain that means it's happening right now. So when we do these techniques, it pushes it back to the brain to process it so that we can understand that it happened in the past and we can move on a little bit easier. So if you were to look into some of those when you're ready, it's going to help with your grieving process. And I'm going to give you one more tip too. When we're grieving, our body depletes the nutrient called selenium. Selenium. And when you do not have selenium in your system because it's depleted, your grieving process is harder and longer. Please find some selenium. It's SELENIUM, selenium. And that will help with your grieving process as well.
Okay. Yeah. And then like right after my cat like died, and my dad has cats, and I hold those cats very close to my heart as well. So it's like not only did I go through Toby's death, that was my cat's name, but then like a couple weeks after that, or the beginning of January, and Simba, my dad's cat, I hold him very close. I mean, I would help take care of him. I bonded with him. And I mean, I hold him dear to my heart. Well, he got murdered by the neighbors, and my dad texted me. And so not only did I have to do with Toby's death, then I find Simba, and I found Simba. I don't know how I did. I don't know. It was really dark. He was under the car of the neighbors, and I don't know why. I mean, I don't know. Like, there's so many unanswered. Like, I don't even know why he was in the street, like where they park, or I don't know. It's just really confusing, but he was laying there dead under their car, and it just, oh my God. And then it was like, so now I'm like dealing with that, and it's just, it's been really bad.
Yeah. Well, I would also tell you, if you know how, or if you know somebody who does, sage your guys' home, sage your dad's home, bless it, light some incense, something to shoo out the negative energy of that. Because whenever there's a death or like a murder, if you're positive it was murdered, it just carries such a
they ran him over.
energy. I had to leave the house
confronted him the next day.
So I know.
Yeah, and I confronted him the next day. Well, they spoke English, but they translated what I was saying. I didn't know what she was saying, but she wasn't yelling at me. Because I was really mad. She knew I was mad, but she was yelling at her husband in Spanish really fast, pointing like on his phone, because that's where my translation was coming from when they were seeing what I was saying. Because I was really mad, and. So I don't know what she was saying, but I'm like, okay, I'm running late for work. I don't even want to hear your voice anymore. I'm walking away because I was so mad. Like, I mean, Simba was as big as my cat Toby, and my cat Toby was close to about 13 pounds. And Simba wasn't like Toby. Like, Simba was light colored. He was like apricot, like a light white, yellow colorish. Whereas Toby, my cat, was all black. So it was. I mean, I just don't know how they didn't see him right there. Like, I don't know. I mean, he was a big cat, and even if it was an accident to begin with, they knew after the fact, and they left him under their tire, didn't even have the respect to move him a little bit away from the tire. His arm was still under the tire. My dad had to pry it from underneath the tire. I was real, and so now I have that image in my head because I'm the one that found his body.
Yeah. So again, if you have to deal with both of the deaths, please look into some of those techniques, because it will help to push that trauma and that PTSD back to be processed so that you don't have to carry that with you.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Is there any other question that you have right now? I've just got I've got 2 minutes left. Do you have one last question left?
No, you're fine. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Good luck, Taylor. Please do some of that healing, okay?
I will.
Okay.
Bye.
Have a good night. Bye. Okay. That really just solidifies the whole talking about forgiveness thing, right? Yeah. So going into that, I've just got a few minutes left here. So going into the whole forgiveness thing, like, how can we do that? Praying for them. The other thing that Spirit taught me a few years ago that I have to fall back on all the time is on the other side, when we choose to come down here and be us, and we make our life chart, and we decide who we're going to do this life with and how we're going to navigate our good characteristics, our negative characteristics, the lessons that we want to learn, and how we are going to hopefully overcome them. So we have a whole chart. And when you go to somebody on the other side and you say, I want to learn this lesson, and this lesson, will you be that person to help come in and teach me this lesson? And they say yes. Now, maybe this person that I had in my life was here to teach me boundaries, how to teach me, stand up for myself, how to teach me I don't have to put up with, crap. And it was my job to choose myself, to walk away, to know my worth, right? Did he do his job? And if the answer is yes, they did, then instead of being angry, we just say, thank you, thank you, thank you. I choose to heal from this and let it go. I learned my lesson and I move on. I wish them the best of luck. And that is something that's helped me a lot with the healing and forgiveness of others. It was nice to talk to everybody today. I hope you have a great week. I will see you next week at 10:30 Eastern Time. Have a good night, you guys.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Oracle Buffet on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey guys, valuable lessons were learned today, and that is to unmute my computer because I'm standing here waiting to go live and cricket, and apparently little X on the volume button means that it's muted. So my bad, disculpe. But here we are, we made it. We're only like a minute late. I only have one job. It's 13 minutes a week, and I can't even freaking do that right. I'm just kidding. Anyway, it's Eclipse Day. The year of the Fire Horse 2 is starting today, the new moon. All sorts of stuff today. I don't know about you, but I can feel the energy in the air, and it's palpable for sure. I didn't sleep great. I don't know if you slept great or not, but everyone I talked to did not, and I think that's due to the same reason, because of that energy. So instead of taking a call today, I decided we're going to pull some cards and do readings for the collective. Also want to let you know that I do have an eclipse reading special for the next couple days here on my website, Psychic Astrology, on Facebook, or psychicastrologywi.com. I'm doing $25 readings for the eclipse. It's like 20 minutes long. But anyway, only a few available. Get it while it's hot. Send me a message on my Facebook or email me, psychicastrologywi@gmail.com. All right. That being said, let's just get started. I'm all discombobulated now that I was late to work and, I didn't have the mute button on and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I need a message from the universe. So let's see what that message is. Universe, what does words. Universe, what do you want me, the Aries, to know today and the rest of the Aries to know for this here eclipse? What does the universe want us Aries to know? And I got my sign all messed up. Jesus, I'm just kind of a hot mess today. That's okay. Thanks, universe. It's okay to feel what you need to feel. I've never seen this card in my entire time of pulling from the Oracle Buffet. It's okay to feel what you need to feel, Aries. And I feel discombobulated, but I shall recombobulate after the show. Taurus, what does the universe want you to know during this here eclipse? Taurus, got a couple. All right, surrender to success, Taurus. You are ready to experience abundance. Don't look back at previous roadblocks or difficulties. Leap into an exciting new world of possibilities. Uncertainty. Let me deeply trust. May I live in the now and relax peacefully into the unfolding, knowing all the pieces of the puzzle will fall into place at the right time and not a moment before. So you're feeling uncertain, Taurus, but know that it's just time to surrender to success. Everything is unfolding exactly as it should. Gemini, what does the universe want Gemini to know during this here eclipse? Gemini, uniqueness. I accept my own nature. Change me, divine beloved, into one who embraces my own uniqueness. Let me accept my own nature completely, knowing it too is divine. May I love myself as I am, and not as others say I should be. Gemini, are you loving yourself as you are with your uniqueness? Because you are unique. You're fun, you're playful, curious, and that's why we like you. Embrace your uniqueness, Gemini. Cáncer, ¿qué es lo que el universo quiere que sepa, Cáncer? What does the universe want Cancer to know today? Cancer tiene que saber. Oh, Cancer, you've been naughty. All right, Cancer. Love is organic. Love is a living, breathing thing. There's no need to force it. There's no need to force it to grow in a particular direction. If we start by being easy and gentle with ourselves, we will find it is inside of us, solid and healing. Love is organic, Cancer. Challenge. I embrace all tests. Allow me to flow with what cannot change. Let me embrace all tests and release any fear of loss, knowing that all can be replenished with ease by divine will. And everyone has value. Everyone has value. The challenge card, I embrace all tests and love is organic. Everyone has value, including you, Cancer. Love yourself and let the love grow around you. It's organic. Certified USDA organic. No, I'm kidding. All right. After Cancer comes Leo. Leo, what do you need to know? Leo, final. This. Intuition. Each person's road to the inner Lord is extraordinary and personal. How liberating to listen inside and sense moment to moment what's needed. Give back. Today is the day to cast aside normal routines and make your main purpose to serve. It is about giving back without any thoughts or expectations of getting anything in return. Reach out and touch other people's spirits, as it's highly likely that someone really needs it today. Follow your intuition and give back. That's what the universe wants you to know today, Leo. All right, Virgo. Virgo, what does the universe want you to know today? Virgo, we should drop from this side, I think. Oh, something fell. All right, Virgo, you should probably know we're going to do 2 cards for you. Devotion unites me with the infinite. Devotion unites me with the infinite. And balance. My needs will be met. Change me, divine beloved, into one who can fully offer my schedule to you so my life can be in balance. Let me take rest whenever necessary, trusting that one way or another, all needs will be met. That's perfect for you, Virgo, because you're so routine-oriented, so work-oriented, that balancing and trusting that your needs are going to be met is a great message for you. And also, devotion unites you with the infinite. And so it is. Okay, Libra. What does the universe want Libra to know? Libra, we're going to draw. Ooh, all right, Libra, you got a lot of cards. All right, practicing how human of me. What do you consider to be your faults? We all have them, and they make us human. These faults might be things like, I can be impatient, I can be demanding, I can be judgmental. Write a list of what you see as your faults or shortcomings. Now place a hand to your heart and review them all, adding the phrase, how human of me, after each one. Facing our humanness in a mindful way builds greater self-awareness, self-acceptance, and self-compassion. Appreciating your humanness is the card. Transformation is possible when you hold the most troubled parts of yourself with compassion. When you see yourself as a human like all humans, one who has faults, difficulties, and continued struggles. Accepting our humanness isn't always easy. It's tempting to criticize ourselves for the very things that make us human. Yet embracing our human qualities, the things that we do not like about ourselves or wish we could improve, is the path toward healing and wholeness. When challenges arise, it is because you are human, not because you are imperfect. There you go. Now is the time to embrace your whole imperfect self as a loving elder would embrace a child. Can you hear the words of this wise elder who knows that learning and growth will only come from a compassionate heart? I accept my imperfect self. That's perfect for you, Libra. And surrender to divine timing. Sometimes divine timing may differ from your ego's timing all the time. If a goal isn't manifesting fast enough according to your ego, be patient and trust the universal flow. And finally, it's only a thought, and a thought can be changed. I'm not limited by any past thinking. I choose my thoughts with care. I constantly have new insights and new ways of looking at my world. I am willing to change and grow. Appreciate your humanness, accept divine timing, and change your thoughts, change your life. That's what the universe wants you to know today, Libra. That was a long one. Scorpio. All right, we're getting low on time. Scorpio, but we got enough. Scorpio, take action. What are we taking action on? Create healthy work habits. You formed healthy habits such as brushing your teeth, and you reward yourself by feeling good about it. Reward yourself for starting to work, even if it's only for 5 or 15 minutes, and it will become easier to start next time. Watch out for punishing a good habit with self-criticism, such as, you should have finished this weeks ago. Catch yourself doing something right. Reward work with short breaks, and you'll build healthy work habits. Take action, Scorpio. That's a beautiful one. Very straightforward. Sag, what does the universe want Sag Daddy to know? Sag, you should probably know this. Check in occasionally with yourself about your motives behind actions you plan on taking, especially when you have an end game in mind. Is the source of your motivation desire or entitlement? Maybe you're drawn to a certain path because you think it will bring a feeling related to the outcome you seek, like safety or wholeness. Know that you will see a reflection in the outer world of the motive that drives you forward. Do you need motive? Can you simply just be pulled in the direction your soul calls toward joy, discovery, growth, or adventure? Participating in something compelling and meaningful without trying to define it? If you can step forward, surrender to whatever spirit has in store for you, you will be amazed at how things turn out. Check your motives, then hand them over to spirit. Everybody here wants the best for you. Life loves you more than you know, Sagittarius, and I love you more than you know, Sag. You know who you are. All right, Capricorn, what does the universe want Capricorn to know? I have the ability to direct my own thoughts. You have the option of observing things as they are, or imagining things as you want them to be. And whichever option you choose, your thoughts produce a vibration within you that equals your point of attraction. And then circumstances and events line up to match the vibrations that you have offered. Excuse me. Let us not hope for mere chance to change our story. Let us summon the courage to change it ourselves. Some will stand in our way, but we mustn't hide or minimize ourselves any longer. So basically, Capricorn, the universe is telling you to change your thoughts and change your story, and therefore change your life. Quantum physics. All right, Aquarius. What does the universe want Aquarius to know today? Inviting the bell. There is tranquility, calm, peace, and joy within us, but we have to call them forth so they can manifest themselves. Inviting the bell to sound is one of the ways to call forth joy and tranquility within us. If you want to invite the bell to sound, here's a short poem to learn by heart. Recite the first line of the poem as you breathe in, the second line as you breathe out, and so on. Body, speech, and mind, in perfect oneness, I send my heart along with the sound of this bell. May all the hearers awaken from forgetfulness and transcend the path of anxiety and sorrow. Beautiful, Aquarius. Pisces, what does the universe want Pisces to know today? We got 2 cards. Pisces, seek hidden treasure. Find it, Pisces. And decisions. Perfect actions are shown. Change me, divine beloved, into one who can offer all decisions to you. May I trust during times of transition that the perfect actions will be shown. Grant me patience to allow events to line up as they need to. Seek hidden treasure and perfect actions are shown. So apparently, Pisces, the universe is going to show you where to find the hidden treasure. So let's go. Let's go find it. I'll go. I ain't got anything going. I mean, I do, but, for treasure, I can put that aside. Anyway, that is your eclipse card reading for all the different signs. We'll take a second to talk about some of our sponsors here. First sponsor is High Class Grass. High Class Grass is a plant-based company dedicated to helping make plant-based living more easy and convenient. Find them at high-classgrass.com, on the Amazon, on the TikTok, and on the old Walmart. And last but not least, the Lighthouse Center Inc. in Whitmore Lake, Michigan. Find them at lighthousecenterinc.org. If you're ever in the Whitmore Lake, Michigan area, stop by, take a class, do a meditation, check out the building, whatever you want to do. Anyway, they'd love to have you. And yeah, I think that's about it. This eclipse energy got me all crazy. And I'm already a little cray-cray to begin with, so it's not helping. But that being said, I have recombobulated. So with my recombobulation, I'm going to end today's show on that note. Thank you for tuning in. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful week, and a wonderful eclipse season.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Wednesday, happy hump day. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am Stephanie Cowan, and here again, a beautiful week of just some amazing connections. I can feel it. So I'm excited to see how the energy that I've been feeling all day really just carries over into tonight's podcast. So super excited. I don't know about you guys, but I've been finally feeling better as far as just the energy that we've had out there. Gosh, I know I'm not one that's all about. I'm not as versed as the other very talented and very gifted others on A1R, but as far as planet alignments and the energy, but I do know that, you know, the last few months we were kind of in this rut as Mars was in retrograde, and I can feel it. So I feel like the energy is getting better. I don't know about you guys, but I was having awful migraines, and I don't get those very often, but when I do, I can tell it's right before I have like an energy shift, a change in kind of my direction and my energy. So thank goodness that is better, and thank goodness that I'm feeling that we're on the up and up. So I hope you all are going through that same feeling. If not, be patient. It's coming. I know it. I can feel it. I do know we're going into this season of even into the Aries, which the Aries sign is that fire sign, right? And that's where things get ignited. Just for you Aries out there, you fire signs, a little bit of kind of a suggestion, make sure that your non-filtered ways are maybe a little more filtered from what I understand. So people are going to start voicing their true thoughts and feelings, emotions, opinions. And although sometimes I feel like that I envy those people, I say, just be careful, you know, maybe put a little bit of a filter on it. So a little bit of, mini medium, Stephanie, good energy advice for the future here. So anyhow, so a couple things I wanted to share really quickly. I have just been I've had so many beautiful events coming up. And if you're here in Utah, please go to my website, or even if you're not in Utah, go to my website, mini-medium.com. Come to Utah, come see me. Let's get together, do a private reading, or I have many events that are coming up, and I'll tell you, I am just super, super excited for all of these things coming, collaborating with some very beautifully gifted people here in Utah. So, so just want to share my excitement and my growth. And I think that's all part of what this year is. So, all right. Now, as many of you know, who've been following me, I will get numbers. And it's very interesting. I have been going back and forth today, which this happens often when the number is connecting with, obviously one of my callers, both of my callers tonight, but I have been getting the number 17 as a very strong number. And then right after that, the number 23 has been very visual. So for those who, are wondering, okay, well, great. What does that mean? Well, this means I'm connecting with, spirit, with someone's loved one who has crossed over. The number 17 and the number 23 will be a significant death date, birth date, age, year. This is kind of where they bring this in. So, we'll kind of see how that meshes in with tonight's callers. But with that said, I was going back and forth about whether or not I was going to pull a affirmation card, or if I was going to pull an oracle, and I just felt affirmation was where I was heading. So I pulled the number 23, the 23rd affirmation. And so here is your beautiful affirmation for the week for all of y'all's. And I think this will just resonate and fit in, I feel, for most people. But it says, my patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So my patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So this is where I'll tell you, if you know what that immediate gratification is about, it's like finding the patience and knowing, all right, good things come to those who wait, right? Very cliche saying, but it's very true without a doubt. So I know that there's many things that I have been patiently waiting to, manifest and have come my way when it comes to my journey and wanting to just do more events and bigger events. And it's coming. It's slowly. Last year, I was able to do a little mini tour on the East Coast. Got to see many amazing, people and locations on the East Coast, and got to go to Indianapolis. And so it's getting there. And now I want bigger. I want bigger. So I'm really hoping. I'm not, I'm hoping, but I know it's coming. So anyhow, patience is being rewarded. My turn will come, whatever that may be. Just take in account that everything happens at the right divine time. And I know that's so hard sometimes to wrap your head around and to trust, but I'm telling you, take it from the mini medium. Take it from me. I don't know how much that matters, but I'm telling you, the stuff comes. So, all right, my friends. Well, let's go ahead and take our first caller. And boy, this is Charles Sia from Tennessee. Is that right? Hi, Charles Sia.
Yes, you said it. You said it perfectly. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. I have never heard that name before. It is beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Does it come from a handed down family name or someone that has crossed over, by the way?
It was a friend of the family.
A friend of the family? Yeah. And it just really, has that friend passed?
I am not certain, actually.
Oh, okay. I just had, the minute I said your name, I had chills everywhere. And a lot of times that's my body's way of just responding to spirits. So just kind of curious if that did or not. But anyhow, I think it's a beautiful name and it fits with your beautiful energy. So I'm excited to see what happens today with your reading. So how can I help you tonight?
Me too. Thank you so much. I'm really open, just maybe for a message from my highest and greatest good.
Beautiful. Oh, I love how you put that. I love it. You got it, my friend. So let me ask you, I think I'm going to use a few cards. So we're going to throw a few tarot cards in the mix here. You may have heard, as I was saying earlier, numbers come in, they'll connect with you, as a birth date, death date, or maybe a favorite number. But the number 23 and the number 17 have been very strong today. Do you resonate with one of those numbers, or both for that matter?
17, I think I remember someone asking me what my favorite number is, and that's the number that I landed on.
Oh, I love
17.
that. I love that. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Well, I'll tell you that is just some validation of our beautiful connection and just the purpose and the intent of you and I connecting. So I love it. All right. I love that you're very open and just to whatever message comes here. So I'm going to pull a few cards for you and see what, yeah, you're welcome. Of course. And thank you for calling in. I love it. Okay. All right, my friends. So I just kind of intuitively pulled a few cards for you. One, yes, I counted the number 17th card. This is kind of how I mesh your energy into the reading. And the first card you pulled, I love this for you, is this beautiful strength card. And girl, if that is not you, I don't know what is. So this beautiful Leo, all about the lioness and that strength, I feel without a doubt is going to be part of your message tonight, but it really embodies who you are. And I knew that the minute you hopped on. So lots of that beautiful energy of the strength that you have had to really endure to get through a lot of what I see that you went through. So we'll talk a little bit more about that and how it's meshing. But the other card you pulled, or we pulled with your reading, is this Ace of Cups card. And that card came out of the deck upside down. So that's really connecting with your shadow work, which is really the things for who are not familiar with shadow work. It's what you're working on just for yourself or what you know you need to work on to just try to be the best version of you. So when I see these for you, my friend, well, you are really having a very transformational year. And last year was the year of karmic energy. So a lot of what we were putting out into the universe, if not all of it, was coming back tenfold, meaning twice as much. So there's such a sense, I feel, that you've got a great optimistic, way of looking at things, very positive, and it's a feeling of that you're getting back in return all of the hard work that you've been putting into just in your journey. You're very spiritual. There is no doubt about that. One thing I love that I'm connecting to for you as well is that beautiful heart chakra. And that is one thing I say women, we really struggle with, releasing the energy, getting that chakra working. You've done a lot of work, my friend. I can feel it. Do you feel like you're being able to kind of, get past some of these blocks and barriers that you've had?
I do. I feel like I've been digging kind of back into the shadow work. And then when you mentioned heart chakra, it just made me take a really relieving deep breath.
Yes. Yeah. I love that. I love it. And that, I think sometimes, well, I think sometimes, I know without a doubt that, us as humans need validation of our work. It's what helps keep us going in life. And, some people say, well, I don't need validation. I don't need someone to validate. Well, sure you do. Someone's got to let you know that, they can see your progress or validate your hard work. And that's what I feel for you. So, this Ace of Cups actually also represents new beginnings. The Ace is the beginning of, in a standard deck of cards, the ace is the beginning card in every suit. So this is the beginning of you filling up all these cups, which is what I see that you're doing, and letting go of the things that have not been serving you in a positive way. So if anything, there's such a beautifully strong message for you, my friend, that, you've got a very strong grandmother, mother energy. I just felt come in. Oh boy, I just got chills on my whole left side. Your left side is your divine feminine. Yep. And how proud that this mother is of you, and how you have dug deep into finding yourself and the roots and, where you came from, and not just finding them, but learning to, take care of them, to nourish them, to get you to where now you are fully blooming, if you will, into your true soulful, beautiful self, if you will, and what you're supposed to be doing in this lifetime. So I will tell you, I'm supposed to also mention that where you are at in your life with children, that they are okay with this. I don't know why that's important, but I had to tell you. Does that make sense?
It does, very much so. Thank you.
Hey, you're so welcome, my friend. You're welcome. And this is your beautiful life, journey that, in this lifetime. I mean, I feel like we have many, but, that's a whole other show. But I'll tell you, if anything, the biggest message for you, my friend, is please do not stop the progress. Keep moving forward. And, I'll tell you, I'll even say, as I'm tapping into some clairvoyancy, premonitions, predictions, I would say about, let's see, July, August, about the July, August time, I really feel you're going to see a beautiful shift in your path, in your energy, where I feel that next spiritual ascension or spiritual awakening, as we call it, is coming. So be prepared, watch for that to come. They can be very exhausting. They can feel like sometimes they'll make you feel lost. So if you're in that mindset, just get yourself back to center, get yourself grounded, and keep moving forward. Okay.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, you're so welcome, my friend. I hope this helped you. And just knowing that you've got such a beautiful maternal, motherly support on the other side that is just validating your life decisions, I think is just beautiful. So I hope that helped you tonight.
This was so wonderful. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate it.
You're so, so welcome. Thank you for calling in and have a wonderful night and take care of you. Sending you lots of good love and light.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, hon. Okay, bye-bye. All right, beautiful. Okay, we got some time to take another caller. And I think this is Connie, and Connie's from Canada. Hi, Connie, this is Minnie Medium.
Yes.
How are you?
Hi.
How are you doing, hun?
I'm okay. Yeah, it was weird because I was on the same call as the other person and I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or not.
Oh, no. Oh, how funny. You were kind of in the waiting room for me. I love it, though. Well, so since you got to hear, do you connect or resonate with like the number 23 or the number 17?
23 is, well, no, not really, no.
Okay.
July 23rd is my partner's birthday.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know anything about you, my friend. I had no idea who I was connecting
April 17th,
with.
my son's girlfriend's coming on the 17th from England.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I love this. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, I have a feeling I know why that we're connecting with your partner's birth date and where that your special guest is coming from England. That's awesome. I love it. But I'll elaborate on that a little bit more in a moment. But how can I help you tonight? Did you have a specific question?
I do have a specific question. Do you do health at all?
I sure do. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So I was off sick for about 3 years from work because I have a hip tear. And I've been to one orthopedic surgeon to get it fixed because it really gets really painful, and I haven't been to work because of it. I've been off on a disability. Now I have an appointment with another orthopedic surgeon on the end of the month, and he's a sports medicine orthopedic surgeon. And, I'm terrified to go, but I don't know maybe if this man can help me. One already said no, that he couldn't help me. And so I haven't returned to work because I can't get it fixed.
Okay. So is your question really, should we go to the doctor, the sports medicine, or or what is the question ultimately that I can help you with?
Like, is he going to help me? Is he going to help me, or is he not going to help me?
Okay, perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood and answered your question the best I can. So, I feel like that, through life, we're always told, get a second opinion, right? Get a second opinion. And, I agree with that. I really do. But I also feel like that we know ourselves more than anybody else. I feel we just, this is just my own belief, whether you believe in God or the universe, whoever the higher power has really given women, and no offense to the men, but a mother's intuition. And women have a very strong intuition to where we've been given this so that we can, intuitively, connect to our babies or to other, women, men, whatever it may be. And so when I was listening to you, there's such a hesitation about this other doctor that I feel the answer, my friend. I feel you do, but sometimes, like I just mentioned with my last caller, it's nice to just feel validated, It's just nice for someone to say, yeah, actually, I think you're right, So when I see this other doctor, now don't get me wrong, amazing. I love the physicians, the doctors, and obviously I'm not a doctor, so I can't advise. However, I really feel I want you to listen to your beautiful intuition, and the sports medicine part of it, as I put this in, I don't feel this aligns with you. I just don't feel this is what the problem
Well, yeah,
is.
like I'm not into sports at all. I'm not into sports at all. So I couldn't figure that part out really. Like, but I guess a hip tear maybe has to do with sports medicine. I don't know. It's not like I go out and play football or hockey or, wouldn't that be sports medicine? Like, and so I guess you don't see me returning back to work then.
Well, and here's the thing, I know, and I really feel that, I'm going to tell you, go see this doctor, and here's why. Because, and this is where I was going to say, listen to the intuition, but I'm going to there's a feeling I'm getting. This is why I do what I do. And it's a feeling, it's a vision I see, that this doctor is going to open up some more doors. They may not be able to help you directly, but I feel this doctor is going to give you some more options, open up some more doors of someone that can, so you can go back to work. Now, I'm a little bit worried, if you will, maybe a little reluctant about you not going back to work, and for a couple reasons. One, a financial aspect, but also an emotional one. You have such a beautiful energy, my friend. I can tell that you're very social. You just can get along with people. And if you are at home, my friend, and not doing anything to have that exchange of energy with other people, you will just get in that dark space. And I would hate for that to happen. So if anything, maybe not going back to doing what you used to do, which I don't feel that that's ultimately where I'm seeing you headed. But regardless, you've got to get back to work, and I do see that. I do see it. But this doctor, this sports medicine, I really feel go and see what they have to say, because I'm telling you, mark my words, my friend, they're going to give you some more, whether it's tools
Options.
to use to help you. Yeah, options. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for, that he could help me in other ways, even like some way of, some options at least, Yeah, because the other guy just said, no, I can't help you. And, go to pain management basically, and then my original orthopedic surgeon that sent me to him said, oh no, we're not going to send you there, they're just going to put you on pills. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And I don't take pills. I'm a vitamin person, but I don't do well with pills because I'm allergic to a lot of things, that they make me break out, or I don't, you know what I mean? So
well, and it would just be,
I look for natural alternatives. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. And it's your way of connecting with your intuition, right? You are intuitively knowing yourself and your body and what it needs. And that's why I feel like you going and seeing this, sports medicine, and that, hearing sports medicine, I kind of laugh, because I thought, well, I don't see, like you had said, I don't see how they're playing football or hockey or, maybe, I don't know, maybe bowling or golf, or, but still we use our hips for all of that stuff,
but doctors know more doctors, and they know other doors that can open. And that's why I said I should just go anyways.
Agreed.
My intuition is telling me to go. I think I have a strong intuition, and my intuition is telling me that I've been cooped up too long, because I do have an energy, and it's killing me just to not do something.
Yes. 100%. Absolutely, my friend. And I'll tell you, there that connection with the numbers, being the 23, connected to your partner, and then the 17 of April being such a significant date of having, this guest coming in. I'm going to tell you this again. I've got such a lot of mother energy coming in. So has mom crossed over? Has your mom passed?
Yeah, my mom passed over. Yes, she did. Yeah.
Okay, I have a feeling your mom is here. This is her way of guiding you. This is her way of saying, and I'll tell you, there's such an approval and wanting you. It's very important. I let you know that that 23 being connected to your partner is your mom's approval of who you are with and loving this person and what they are doing for you. The number 17 of who is coming in to see you is going to be such a beautiful, enlightening visit that it's just going to be
she's
that.
very enlightening. She's wonderful. Yeah, she's very enlightening. I understand my mom approves of the man that I'm with, but am I with the right man? I always wonder if I'm with the right man because sometimes he drives me nuts. I've been with him 25 years, but I
Wow. Wow.
Sometimes I just don't know if he's the right. He gets on my nerves so bad.
Right? I think we all kind of go through that at times, right?
We go through that. I just always wondered if my relationship is okay or if it's been hard on my health or hard on my stress.
Yeah.
My health was really not good for 3 years.
Well, and I'll tell you, and that very well, not knowing this, ultimately about, you and your partner, but hearing your mom or feeling your mom say to tell you that she approves and likes or loves how this person has been in your life and supporting you, I really feel that's, in a sense, the answer that mom's trying to give you, that, to stick it out, hang in there, that you guys are meant to be together, even though you drive each other crazy, but, so.
Yeah, well, sometimes he just gets he's like who he is, but disrespectful almost, but I don't know if it is, honestly, or if it's just me because I'm cooped up now.
Yeah,
and you said, and I'm tired. I really do want to go back to work, even if it's just part-time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've got about 30 seconds, my friend. I'm so sorry. I hate having to cut you off, but 100%, I feel like you hit it right on the head. You getting back to work and having that, that energy exchange, things will start to align and mesh beautifully with you and your partner, okay?
Okay, and I will go to that appointment. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a beautiful night. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, you guys, that's another beautiful show, and I can't wait to see you guys next week. Go to my website, mini-medium.com, and I'll see you again next week. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from MMAstrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day Eve. So tomorrow is Valentine's, and it's kind of so cool that it's on a Friday, right? On a weekend. I'm pretty excited about that. I wanted to mention where Venus is cosmically. Venus is in Aries, which it doesn't always like being in Aries. Aries is a detriment for Venus. And what I mean by that is that Aries is not necessarily tactful. So it struggles for that. When we think about Aries, we think about directness, impulsiveness, but we also think about passion. So for those who have Venus in Aries, these are some of the things that, that are part of your chart. I have Venus in Aries. So Venus in Aries means that people can fall in and out of love very quickly. They get pretty bored. So how it works was that Venus went into Aries February 4th, and then it goes back to Pisces. It goes in retrograde on March 27th, which is very interesting because March 27th is my birthday. So it goes back into Pisces on March 27th. So what it could mean for the other cardinal signs, which are Capricorn, Libra, and Cancer, is that the cardinal signs all tend to kind of work together. So what it could mean is that maybe it's good in love if you have a conversation or something that you want to say, that to be very direct and to mean what you say and say what you mean, and also express your passion. That is very important. So that's what I wanted to say tonight on this Valentine's Day Eve. I'm going to do a reading now. So just to kind of give you a background for those that are listening for the first time, I'm a vibrational evolutionary astrologer, which means that I'm going to look at your soul purpose of why you're here and what holds you back from living, at your highest vibration. So I am going to take Luann. Luann, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Happy Valentine's Day Eve.
Happy Valentine's Day Eve to you as well.
So yeah, I'm going to do a evolutionary reading. So like I said, I'm going to really look at something called the lunar nodes in your chart. They are elliptical points in the sky, and they're very karmic. All of us have them in our chart. It's the south node is the past lives, early childhood, and the goal is to try to get to the north node, which is your North Star. So let me put on my glasses here. Luann, I'm typing. What is your birthday, day, month, year?
February 24th, 1968.
I'm sorry?
February 24th, 1968.
1968. And what was your birth time?
8:46 a.m.
8:46 a.m. And what was the city and state that you were born?
Bronx, New York.
Bronx, New York?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So very interesting chart. I'm going to say what it means. I'm going to talk astrology, and then I'm going to tell you what it means. Your south node is in Libra in the 6th house of Virgo, and your north node is in Aries in the 12th house of Pisces. And also, just a side note, you have a yod in your chart, which is a spiritual assignment. So think of like Princess Diana, her 2 sons both had yods in their chart, and it was really about ancestral mission to kind of change the monarchy. So I feel like you definitely have mission and purpose in this lifetime. With the south node in Libra in the 6th house, I feel that first you worry a lot, you're a worrier, and you definitely are a people pleaser, especially probably in your work. You know, you probably are the person to kind of take on more projects, or always there to help somebody, and always there to, you know, lend a supportive ear or hand. But it's almost at a detriment in the fact that you're not giving it to yourself. You're always helping others. And it's really about you coming into your Aries. And your ascendant's in Aries too. So it's really about you standing up for yourself, leading something, building something, and you saying, you know what? I'm okay. I don't need others to define who I am. I am all of me is me. And it's in the 12th house. So I feel like when something's in the 12th house, it's really coming to terms with it, not only in a conscious standpoint, but an unconscious standpoint, where you really feel the best about you in all situations. And you do have Chiron. I do look at Chiron. Chiron is the wounded healer. In Greek mythology, Chiron was a centaur, half man, half horse. And he was immortal. So he existed in his wounds every day until he was released and really understood the meaning in life. Yours is in Pisces in the 12th house. There's something about that you have maybe trouble connecting to source, or you have trouble, something about, and it's something about mental illness or people in the hospital, something about that, something about, I don't know, could be past life stuff. You know, a house could be anything from 30 to 40 different things. How does this feel? Does this, and I feel like too, with Saturn there's a little bit of fear, you know, and like I feel like with all of this, you're really interested, but you're like, it's a little bit scary too. How does this all feel? Do you resonate with this?
I resonated with everything up until Chiron.
Up until Chiron? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it could mean a couple of different things too. You know, it could mean when things get too heavy, you want to isolate. You don't want to talk to anybody. You want to kind of just be in your own kind of space, you know? 100%. And again, those are some things that it could be. But I feel that with the sun in the 11th house, you are a people person. You know, you're good with people. People like you. People trust you. And you're probably really good at what you do. You have Venus in the 10th house. You also have Mercury there. They're both in Aquarius. I feel like when you do your job, your career, you kind of do it your way, you know? And you speak your way. You know, it's like a little bit to the beat of your own drum. But it really is about you getting into your power and you feeling like, you know what? I don't care what anybody thinks of me. I'm me, and I'm happy with me, and whatever they think is what they think, because I am a South Node in Libra too, and I spent years people pleasing. And then I realized, listen, the only person that I can really please is myself. And that's the most important person to please is yourself. Even though there's always that hint of us thinking, well, is that selfish, or am I not being loving or caring? No, because if you're always giving it to other people, you're not giving it to yourself. Have you had a lot of jobs? Or have you changed your routine a lot? Because you have Uranus there in the 6th house.
So I've always had multiple jobs, and well, I've had, I work in a salon, and then I've had a freelance business. Got it.
Yeah, and I feel too with you have Neptune in the 7th house, and it's in Scorpio. Do you have a soul partner? Is there somebody that is like a soul partner? Are you looking for a soul partner?
I'm looking for a soul partner. I thought that I found a soul partner, but it's not seemingly working out that way.
I think it's hard because South Nodes and Libras are such diplomats, and it's one of those things that, and this I would caution, and I struggle with this myself. It's we give and give and do and do and do, and we expect the same in return. And 9 times out of 10, that's not always the case. So right. It's I think it's really about balance and not always looking for perfection, because there's a tiny bit of us inside, or there's a tiny voice inside says, okay, he seems great, but why doesn't he do this and this and this? So, again, whenever you're feeling that, you're giving too much, pull back and start giving to yourself. And also, because it's in the 6th house, I'm just going to say it blunt because my Venus is in Aries, and I'm going to be blunt tonight. Let that shit go. The worrying, the thinking, just let it go, because it's really about us saying to ourselves, everything's going to work out. Everything's going to work out. And tomorrow, if you don't have a partner, be the partner, have a partner in yourself. Do something really nice for yourself this weekend. Something that you wouldn't usually do for yourself, do it this weekend, give it to yourself. Because Venus in Aries is about loving ourselves too. So, and that's what I have for your Valentine's Day reading.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And if you ever want to go deeper, we can go deeper. I do business readings. I do personal readings. It's my website is mmastroVibes.com. So happy Valentine's Day to you, Luann.
Thank you so much. To you as well.
Okay. Have a great rest of your night. Yeah, and I wanted to leave you with that message to everybody listening, that it's important to do things for yourself. We get so into having the perfect lover, doing the perfect thing, and I believe that it's loving yourself.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
We're a little later than we usually are tonight because I was going to talk about Mercury retrograde on the show tonight. Mercury retrograde just started. It's 3 or 4 times a year when Mercury does something strange that I'm not even going to bother to try to explain. But the outcome is that communications and things having to do with travel, Wi-Fi, any kind of like communications go haywire. Hold on, I'm just putting my thing on. I didn't expect to be on, so I'm not quite prepared. Okay, and so during Mercury retrograde, very bad time to buy a computer, make any big purchases really. It only lasts for about 2.5 more weeks. But when Mercury is in retrograde, and I never used to believe, I'm sorry, I'm being outwitted by my kimono. Woohoo! So when Mercury is in retrograde, oh my God, I did it. Woo! There. Wasn't it worth it? Yes, it was. Okay. So when Mercury is in retrograde, it just affects anything to do with things traditionally ruled by the, Greek god Mercury, who had to do with travel, communication, speed, stuff like that. And the reason our show is an hour late today is because while I was preparing to talk about Mercury retrograde, it went and pooped on my producer's floor. What it did is wiped out their Wi-Fi. So they didn't have Wi-Fi, and there you go. Hello. So I already made a video about this week's psychic weather, which I'm going to post to Facebook, but let's see if I can find the cards I used. Psychic weather is the same as regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And what it is I pick 3 tarot cards. And I know everybody says this now. If you're watching this, it applies to you. But yesterday was my birthday, and I turned 1,000,005 years old. And I started saying it way before anybody else. So there. It's called Jungian synchronicity. There will be a test. Please pick up your pencils and turn over your paper. No, wait, sorry. Past life memory. Anyway, let me get a little centered here. Whoop. Okay. So, in Tarot Psychic Weather, I'm going to be picking 3 cards. And these cards are the beginning of the week, starting today, the middle of the week, which is weekendish, and the end of the week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So let me just find my cards. Hold on a second. Oh, what the heck? I'll just pick another 3 cards. Wow. Interesting. Okay. So in the order they showed up in, the first card is the Fool card. Now the Fool card, this is the Crow deck. My friend Meredith Deming gave this to me, and I treasure it. By the way, feel free to send me massive day after my birthday gifts, gold, Rolls Royces, Cabana Boys, whatever. So this is, the Fool card is the card of beginning a new journey in your life, usually taking a step up. The Fool is, what dear? Oh, hi, Stephanie. Stephanie, we're having a little technical difficulty. So while you're waiting, just take deep breaths like this, and then take another on top of it, like that, and then blow out like this, which looks and sounds undignified. Okay. But if you do this a couple of times, it stimulates your vagus nerve, which brings your nervous system into alignment. What you don't want to do is stimulate your vagus nerve, in which you stimulate a nerve that has you waking up in a motel room in a Nevada city with 10 unconscious sex workers, 2,500 empty bottles of liquor, and 10 years of your life that you can't account for. Okay, but enough about my private life. Okay, the first part of the week, the Fool card is when you're taking a step up in your life. You're starting a new journey. The Fool, who's the 0, all the other tarot cards are numbered, but he's the poor schmuck that everything happens to in the tarot. So the tarot is essentially the Fool's progression through different life cycles and experiences. And it looks like, whether you want to or not, you're starting a whole nother round of this. Actually, it's great. It always means a leveling up in your life. So some opportunity to kind of change your life for the better is coming up. Pay attention. There we go. I sound so bossy. Pay attention. Do this, do that. Stand on one foot. Sing the Portuguese national anthem. Okay. You don't have to. The second card is really interesting. It is the Lover's card. I love that. The Lover's card is the major arcana one. It doesn't mean you're actually going to fall in love with a crow, although I have 2 parakeets and I adore them, so who knows. But the Lover's card means a couple of things. Pick one. The first and most traditional interpretation is that you're going to be in a relationship, or a relationship you're in might deepen, and you might be able to just stop paying the money to show up. Sorry, enough about my personal life. No, I'm kidding. But the Lover's card is important. You might be entering into a business partnership with someone, but it's a really good card. And in a sort of psychological way, it also can indicate that some inner conflicts are getting healed and resolved within you. But mostly it means you're probably either enter into or amp up an already existing relationship. Big card. The tarot is the major arcana, which is cards like this, and the minor arcana, which is people, which says a lot about what ancients thought about people. Okay. And third, I love this card. In the Rider-Waite deck, this card is depicted as a naked baby sitting on a white horse with a garland around sort of everybody. And it's a card of happiness of a kind that you not only didn't expect at this point, but might not have experienced before. This is a great card. It can also mean a pregnancy card, but I'm going to go with a kind of happiness you haven't experienced before. So it looks like this week you might be gearing up for a relationship that brings you a happiness you really haven't experienced before. And I don't know about you, but for me, a great relationship is one where you don't have to play games. You understand, get, support, and enjoy each other. And that's that. As my friend Jen says, the treasure doesn't have to do the hunting. So with those wise words, I can't talk. All right, my darling, are you ready? Are you there, sweetie? Was it Molly? I can't.
Yes.
I think. Oh, there you are. Stephanie, I'm so sorry. I usually have. We usually have the name and where you're calling from up on the screen, but due to Mercury retrograde taking a big poop in my producer's kitchen, not this week. So, hi, where are you calling from? Stephanie? Stephanie, darling.
Hello.
Hello, there you are. Hi.
Stephanie. I'm Burlington, Illinois.
Is it Stephanie with a PH or?
Yep.
Best kind.
Yes.
Best kind, Stephanie.
ANIE.
Now the reception, because of the tornado knocking out the Wi-Fi at my producer's house and Mercury retrograde, is a little crunchy. So I'm going to have to ask you to speak kind of clearly, and I'm just going to see if I can turn these subtitles on. And I can't. Okay. So, darling, I like to connect to people through their, there we go, captions. Hey, I like to connect to people through
Let's see if I can change positions in my house.
What, dear?
I'm going to change areas in my house because we got bad wind here too.
Yeah. Where are you calling from?
Maybe you can hear me better.
Yeah.
It's southern Illinois.
Yes. We're just going to chalk it up to Mercury retrograde. Just keep going.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, my love. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. Uh-oh. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I think Today, our station seems to be held together with glue sticks and gum, but that's okay. Oh, you're in Illinois. I love Illinois. When is your birthday, darling?
It's October 31st, 1981.
Oh, look at you, my little Scorpio. Woohoo! Cool. And let me see what I'm getting about you. How can I help you today?
Well, I just wanted maybe general reading to see if am I on the right path? I know things I need to work on as in employment, stuff like that. But had a lot of boulders I had to overcome. They're starting to look up, but I'm hoping for the best. And I'm just maybe you can give me some insight on positiveness or what to expect in the next curve for our life.
Said. All right, darling, let me just vibe you here for a second. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, wow, you have been through a lot in the last. Yikes. I actually feel that this is not only about to change, but has just started to change. I feel like in the last 2 weeks, you're starting to get a glimmer of like the light at the end of the light at the end of the tunnel, which for once is not an oncoming train. You're very good with people. You're also very smart. You're very left-brained in a lot of ways, and right-brained. So you're creative, but you're very good at putting like systems together. And are you good at organizing or admin? Doesn't sound exciting, but it's a skill I wish I had.
Yes, I'm good at putting together maybe someone else's idea other than my own.
Yeah,
if you will.
Well, that's okay because you have. It's almost like you bring creativity to your processing and structuring of maybe other people's ideas. I have plenty of ideas, but if I don't have somebody around to help me structure and get them into, physical form, I might as well not have any ideas. So we need you. That's what we need. So you're very good at managing people without people noticing that they're being managed. Is that right?
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's a really nice skill because you're a fairly early Scorpio. My favorite week of Scorpio. I love that week. You probably have some Libra in the rest of your chart because you're coming off Libra, the previous sign. So you're good at harmonizing. You're very good at stuff like that. You're also I get the feeling that you're kind of a snappy dresser in a kind of put together, like not a flashy way. My guides just told me that. I don't know if it's relevant, but it's like, are you kind of a put together outfit girl?
I'm pretty balanced.
Okay. So
I'm sometimes intolerant of
what? Are you there, Stephanie?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
I'm sorry. You're intolerant of what?
I'm just intolerant of arrogance, maybe a little bit of arrogance, because I shouldn't feel like I'm always putting something together the correct way, but somehow they don't always
think that's
work
arrogance.
out
I
that
think
way.
it's self-confidence. I think it's self-confidence, and I work with a lot of my female clients and male clients, but mostly female. Women are so conditioned to don't be conceited, don't brag. It's like you see men getting together and they bond by like bragging to each other, but women bond a lot of times sort of over our troubles. And I like to teach all my girlfriends to brag instead. So it's not arrogant or conceited to agree with my observation that you dress in a very nice put together way. I also think that you do that out of a mark of respect for sort of other people. And I like it. So it's not arrogant. It's good. Okay, so let's look at your career.
I'm more like okay.
You're more like what?
I'm more of I'm more of, I don't know if you say I'm outspoken, but I'm precise. With
precise.
Sometimes I may come off a little rude, but I don't mean to. That's, I don't know how else to explain myself. I'm pretty down home.
You're doing fun. Okay, I'm going to jump in. I don't think you do come across rude. I think that, again, as women in our culture, because we're in kind of a not very pro-woman culture right now, so if a woman is outspoken and straightforward, sometimes she can feel like, am I being a bitch? If a man is outspoken and straightforward, people are like, oh, he's such a leader. And I love men, don't get me wrong. I collect and
that always comes from the military life. I think my uncle was Army. He had a lot to do with my childhood.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I can see that. Great guy. He's passed over though, right?
He's what? No,
he's still
my uncle has. He's still here.
Oh, that's good.
My grandfather, no, but he was also in the Army. I come from a long lines of Army men.
Yeah, me too. 150 years, I think. Yeah, so we have that in common. That's nice. Okay, here's what I'm getting for you. Right now, it feels like you have a day job, but it either feels like it's in a little danger or it's not fulfilling, or you're not. Is that correct?
Well, it's not existent. No, I'm not employed at the moment. My motive really right now is taking care of everybody else's situations at the moment. Then, as I always put myself on hold.
Yeah, I think we should.
And I think I might have everybody figured out and in their place now that I might be able to focus on myself. I think that's where I'm at now, maybe.
Okay. That's odd. I'm not usually wrong about employment, but I guess what I'm picking up on is that that's kind of your full-time job, is putting everybody else together. And I don't know if you tuned in time to hear the tarot psychic weather, but the first card was the Fool card. And the Fool card is starting a whole new journey. And I think your new journey is being a little more selfish than you're used to, because your idea of selfish is other people's idea of Mother Teresa. You don't have to worry about being too selfish. Not going to happen with you. But I feel
my selfish is me focusing on myself, I guess.
Yeah. I think that's a very good idea. Very good idea. And you have a lot to give. I think you could either start your own job. Organizers are making huge money right now because everybody's like, blah. So if you can come into somebody's house and help them get organized, they charge the earth. So if you wanted to do that as a side hustle, or if you want something a little more steady, some kind of, hold on a second, I'm looking down because I do that sometimes when I think. Working in a corporation, right? Normally I'd say get a federal job, but don't get me started. Working in some sort of corporation, right? Would be really good for you because you do well with structure. You do really well in a place where you feel secure. You understand what the expectations are. You're very good at living up to the expectations and rules. And you're very good at sort of helping other people fit into the job, the corporation. So you'd be very good in HR, for instance. That would be a great fit for you. And you don't really have to have, and my apologies, I have so many friends in HR. When I say you don't have to have that much experience, I think that there are jobs that you've had in the past or life experiences that would fit very well into something like that. You'd also be very good assistant to some sort of professional, doctor, lawyer, Indian chief. Okay, maybe not the last one. Sorry.
Indian chief,
I love that.
Indeed, chiefs need assistance too. And I think that'll happen. I feel like you're really starting, I think you're really in line with the tarot weather we did before, that you're really, how can I put this? This jacket is bugging me. That you're really kind of starting a new time in your life.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be successful. So try HR. If you want to make immediate money, you could start an organizing business and do great. I'm telling you, those people are cleaning up, literally and figuratively. How does that sound to you?
Yeah, I like that. I do.
You could also start a home daycare, but because you're great with kids. But yeah, it's not.
I love kids, and you're right. I am great with kids, but my youngest is 17, and my boyfriend has a 4. She's 6 now.
Yeah,
so
you're donezo. That's really funny. Yeah, I like children. I ask that my friends lightly boil their toddlers for 3 to 5 minutes before I come to their house. But it's funny, they don't seem to be really enthusiastic about doing that. Anyway, so yeah, I think it's going to be a good year for you. I'm trying to get your relationship status. Hold on. Here's the thing. If you've been in a marriage or relationship for a long time, it feels to me the same way that not being in a relationship feels, because there's a kind of flat line there. So either, I don't usually hedge my bets like this, but either you've been in a relationship for a long time or you're single, but nothing in between. So, which is it?
I'm actually still married, but we were together for 19 years. That was separated, and I'm with somebody else now. We've been together for 4.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, so it's kind of right.
It's a little bit messy, but it's okay. I mean,
our show's on an hour later than usual tonight, so I did all my meditation for the 9 o'clock show, and then there wasn't a 9 o'clock show, so I went and did other stuff. So, okay, but here's what I get. Do you have 3 kids?
I have 2. He has 1. He has 2.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's 3. Yeah.
2 daughters.
So you have 2, he has 3. 2 boys. I'm sorry, 2 girls and a boy.
I have 2 girls.
Yeah.
And he has 2 girls.
Oh, wait, there's 4 kids.
But they're not. They're not with us, right? I have. Yeah, right. I just have 2 girls, 24 and 17.
Oh, I like them. It's funny. They're kind of the same, only different. Those 2. They're very similar in some ways, and then they're poles apart in other ways. But
yes,
they're doing great. Right. You did a good job with them. Yeah, I am right. I can feel them. They're nice, and you give them very pretty names too, which I approve of. Kind of old-fashioned pretty names. Very, very. I can't believe I'm going to say classy. Classy. So.
Oh my God! It sounded just like my sister and my mother.
Oh, really?
But they've passed over now. You sounded just like my sister when you said that. Classy. See, my mama. She was a classy. She was
a class.
Yeah.
A classy what?
Classy person. She was just pretty. She's a classy person, but she had a little edge to her. As my sister that passed, but she did too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But you sounded like her when you said that. Classy.
Well, I do occasionally channel by accident because I have never used the word classy in my life before. Ever.
Yes, you have. You channeled. You took your jacket off, and you probably felt like you're structured or like restricted. Didn't you? I think you channeled my energy then.
That's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
I really like your sister. Does she have a name like Cheryl? Something like that? What's her name?
Tracy.
Oh, go 1 minute. What was her name?
Her name is Tracy, my sister.
Oh, Tracy. I don't know where I got Cheryl. Okay, we got 1 minute, so I'm going to zoom along. This is a crazy show because we started an hour and a half late. And so here's what I have to say. I like the guy you're with. Not crazy about your ex-husband, to be honest with you. He started out great, but as that poem goes, when it began, I wanted you to be who you are. When it ended, I wanted you to be who you were. Actually, this is my poem. So yeah, I like this new guy. He's very trustworthy and he really gets you. I think you'll be employed within, I'm going to say about 2.5 months. Try a couple of companies that you think are out of your league. Everything's so crazy now that you can probably get a really terrific job. Yeah. So, sorry, this is a little shorter than I'm used to. Call back next week at 9 p.m. EST on Perry Lines. Thank you, my love. That color looks great on you, by the way. All right, guys, I'll see you next week, and I love you.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome
to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. So I hope you've all recovered from Valentine's Day with all your candy and chocolates and flowers and going out here in Australia, well, where I was based on the Gold Coast. We had a lovely rain event, so nobody went really too far out of home over the weekend with Valentine's Day, but it was a really nice time. I had a nice time at home and watched a movie and just sort of chilled out and listened to the rain, which was a pleasant surprise. It was very dry here and very hot, so it was a welcome relief to have a little bit of coolness and a bit of rain to pitter-patter. So this week's card is a really interesting card. It's a card that sort of a lot of people sort of don't quite understand. It's the Judgment card. Now, this card has a number of different sort of not so much diverse meanings, but it's something that when you're first taking up tarot, you sort of find a little bit complicated. The Judgment card means decisions pending finality. Now, that means that they're coming to a final situation. In a lot of cases, it will be the only decision that can be made under the circumstances. Now, it's not necessarily saying it's the wrong decision. It's not necessarily saying it's the best decision, but it is the best decision that can be made given all the circumstances that you have. And I know there'll be many times in your life where you've got to make a final decision on something and it's still not quite right or not the way you would have hoped or the way you anticipated, but you know that it's the only way that you can go. This is when the Judgment card comes into being. It's sort of like, this is it. This is the best decision we can make with the information and the tools that are available to us at this point in time. Yes, you might have made a different decision given different set of circumstances or a different time frame, but at this present second, when you've got to make that decision, this is the best decision that you can make. So don't be frightened of the Judgment card. I actually think it's a very powerful and a very positive card because it means that you've thoroughly thought things through. You haven't just made a decision with a snap of your fingers. You've given it a lot of careful consideration before you've come to your final decision. So always look at the Judgment card with that sort of respect. Now, it's a really interesting week astrologically. Yes, we've got a big week ahead of us. You know, as always, we're coming to the tail end of the Aquarian time. So let's enjoy this last few days of being in the Aquarian sunshine, so to speak, where we have that ability to think outside the square. We have that ability to dare to be different, to sort of say, hang on a minute, this doesn't suit me. Have you thought about it from maybe a different perspective, from a different way of looking at things? And looking at things in a very different perspective is really important at the moment. No matter what your star sign is, I want to see you sort of come out of your comfort zone a little bit and sort of look at things maybe from a different perspective, or think outside the square, or look at it from someone else's perspective. And you may just find some very interesting and very exciting answers there, answers that you wouldn't have necessarily gravitated to or directions you wouldn't have necessarily taken. And you sort of think, wow, I'm glad I thought of that. Gee, that's really interesting. I can really put that in my arsenal now. I can put that into future decision making because I've dared to sort of step out of my little comfort zone. And I think that's really important. So happy birthday again to all the Aquarians. It's a really magical time of the year. It is your time to strut your stuff and enjoy who you are and just, you know, enjoy the moment because, you know, your birthday only comes once a year and, you know, your birthday month or your astrological month only comes once a year and you should bask in that glory. So, you know, what I was talking about there goes for all the 12 signs, not just Aquarians. Now, we have Mars, the planet of action, is sitting in Aquarius at the moment. This will predominantly affect, obviously, Aquarians, Libras, Gemini, and the opposite sign of Leo. So it's asking you to get up off the couch. Let's get some momentum happening. Let's get some things happening in life now because it's time to sort of start to take action. It will wash over the other remaining 8 signs, but not be quite as pronounced. It's sort of like that little nudge from behind for the remaining 8 signs that are staying, come on, let's step out of your comfort zone. It's time to get some action. It's time to get things happening. It's time to get moving again because it's really, really important that you start moving and start moving forward. So we're now going to move on. You know, that's where we're going to leave the Aquarian energy. Yes, Pluto's still sitting in Aquarius, and I could be talking about Pluto every week for the next 20-odd years. So we'll leave Pluto where it is. And I'm sure if you want to know a little bit more about Pluto, go back to one of the previous shows. We're now looking at the focus that's moved into Pisces. Now we've got Venus, the planet of love and affection, is sitting in Pisces at the moment. So predominantly affecting Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo, but washing over the remaining 8 signs. So if you're looking for love, we need to be looking in a sort of a Piscean sort of way. So Pisces represents anything creative, whether it's the movies, music, concerts, anything artistic. It's that sort of beautiful, sort of gentle, sort of creative sort of energy. And Venus really leans itself towards that. It feels very comfortable in that sort of energy. So if you're looking to attract love, then maybe you've got to go to places where there's lots of people. Go to an art gallery, go to an art show, go to a creative show. Some people sort of say, look, I go to Comic-Con, which is a comic show here in Australia, and they say that's very creative. It's whatever you see as being creative. It doesn't necessarily always have to be paintings and music. It's whatever you see as a form of creativity. And there's many different forms of creativity, but there's no point in going to motor mechanics shop and class if you think that, if you might think that's very creative, and that's great, but you're only going to meet people that are like-minded, that are attracted to that. And if that's something that's your passion, that's great. But you need to go to places where you feel comfortable and you're going to meet like-minded souls, because everybody's searching for love, and not just at this time of the year when it's been Valentine's Day, but we all go through life looking for the person to spend the rest of our lives with, or person that wants to be important in our lives. And we don't feel complete if we don't have that. So it's always important to have somebody that complements you, somebody that understands you, somebody that gets you, but somebody that has similar interests to you, so you've got something in common. I know they say opposites attract, and they do to a certain point, but it's very difficult for opposites to attract and stay in a serious committed relationship long-term wise, because they have literally nothing in common. Or most times they don't. So you've got to have things in common. Yes, you can be very different personalities. One can be very extroverted and one very introverted, but you have similar goals. You have similar things that you believe in or you're interested in, and that's what keeps the union together. So there's many different facets to what makes a good relationship work. I think the key is communication, communication, communication. If you can communicate and be each other's best friends, I think you're halfway there to making a successful relationship go the distance. If you can't communicate, what have you got? You've got literally nothing. Communication makes the world go round, and it's really important. Now we have, talking about communication, we have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Pisces at the moment too. So, Mercury here feels quite comfortable, because Mercury is sort of looking at getting everybody to sort of look at things in a gentler sort of way, sort of saying, well, where's your creative hat? What's creative about this? What's soft and gentle? What can we do to sort of look at things through a different sort of lens? Not everything's got to be hard and fast and, 99 mile an hour. We can slow down a little bit and smell the roses, smell the coffee, enjoy being in the moment. And, sometimes that's all Mercury wants to do, is to slow down and enjoy the moment and absorb the knowledge and the information and what's going on around you, because a lot of things in life are made up from what we absorb that's going on around us, to how our moods are, whether we get enough sleep, whether we're happy with our work and everything. It's all on the energy that we're sitting in and we're surrounded by on a daily basis. So with Mercury here, it's asking you to sort of slow down a little bit, smell the coffee, enjoy the time, enjoy being with people, like-minded souls. So again, we're predominantly talking about the water signs, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo, but this is washing over the remaining 8 signs. Now, where things start to get interesting now, we've been talking about for quite some time about Neptune and Saturn changing out of Pisces, where they've been for quite some time, and moving into Aries. Now, this week, we actually have both of them have moved into Aries, which is really quite a step forward. So let's take it gently and let's understand what this means. It's a huge, major shift for everybody to understand, and it will affect each and every one of us. But predominantly, it's going to affect the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. Saturn is the planet of discipline, the father figure, somebody that gives us structure and purpose and determination in our lives. So with Saturn moving into Aries, it's going to seem like a really urgent sort of feeling, like I've got to get everything sorted out yesterday. I've got to do it now. It's like a very much a me first sort of energy. Have I told you about this is what I need to do? This is what I need to achieve. Please get out of my road. I've got so much to do. I've got to get it done. It's an urgent sort of feeling. And just to be aware, people might be a little bit abrasive. They're not meaning to be, if they're sort of saying, please get out of my road, I've got too much to do. They're not meaning that they don't like you or don't value you. They're trying to share with you in the fastest, quickest way, I have a lot to do and I only have a short space in time to do it. Let me achieve that, and then we can sit down and have that conversation, or then we can go to the movies or do whatever it is you want to do. But I need to achieve this first. So it might seem in a way that they're a little bit abrasive, a little bit self-absorbed, and they probably are all of those things. But it's important to them to achieve these things before they can move on to the next project. So it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment here for Saturn, because Saturn doesn't necessarily like to be rude. Saturn likes to take things in his own sweet time. And Aries likes to get everything done yesterday. So it's going to be a little bit of a tug of war of energy there while they sort of both get comfortable with each other, get to know each other's idiosyncrasies, for want of a better word, and learn to work together. So it's going to take a little bit of time for things to sort of bed in. Now, Saturn is actually conjunct or holding hands Neptune. Now, Neptune's the planet of illusion and delusion and creativity, and sort of where we get the sort of nicer side of life, the gentler side of life, I suppose, in a sense, but it also comes with great determination. So with Neptune here in Aries, it's going to be a very interesting situation, because Neptune's going to want to go off in a little bit of a fog and be a little bit mysterious, and not so much deceptive, but mysterious, hold things pretty close to their chest, where the Aries energy is me first, get out of my road, I've got things to do, I need to do it now. And it's sort of like it's fast. You just go one speed. There's only two speeds, fast and stop, and nothing in between, where Neptune's sort of trying to get you to calm down a little bit, take it a little bit slower, let's be a little bit more thorough, let's gain something more out of this. So it's going to be an interesting tug of war here over the next few months as we see these two planets work together, or hopefully work together, and with the Aries energy, which is very, very different for both of them, and really difficult for them to understand and sort of try and cement together and get some sort of stability factor out of this, because we're looking for stability, we're looking for progress, we're looking for depth, we're looking for, new projects to sort of start and get off the ground, which is going to be great. But we're also looking for it in a very creative, positive sort of way. But Aries is saying, come on, I haven't got all this time, I haven't got time to waste on this sort of, why do we need such details? We've got the outline, let's go, we'll make it up as we go along. And both of these planets don't like to work that way. So it's going to be an interesting time. It's going to be sort of, feeling like you're running out of time and getting urgent. And, for a lot of the fire signs, they may find that they're going to feel a little bit stressed or have a stress headache or feel the tension in their body. My suggestion there is relax. Listen to what your body's saying. If it's tired, rest. If you got a headache, take a pain pill. Have a rest. Don't sort of keep pushing yourself to the point of exhaustion. That's not the answer here. It's about listening and working with the energy and working with it the best that you possibly can. So these two planets are actually conjunct or holding hands, what's known as one of the Arabian parts, which is the part of fortune. Now, this is not for where we look for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow with the leprechaun, but it's showing us where we can really shine. So this, again, washes over the remaining 8 signs, but predominantly it's for the fire signs, the first 4 signs that I spoke about. There's golden opportunities there if you really want to apply yourself, but you've got to pace yourself. That's the secret. Apply and pace. Apply and pace. Don't sort of take one out of context to the other, because otherwise you won't be as successful as you can be. So we're going to talk with Candice in Salot in St. Marie, Ontario, and I'm sure I probably got that wrong. Candice, so are you there? Question.
Hi, yes. Well, I've been in a real change in 2026. I was just wondering, my daughter's still stuck kind of there. It was a relationship, and I got out. So kind of just worried about my daughter and if I'm on the right track.
Okay, so how old's your daughter, sweetie?
17.
17, and she's still in when you say she's still in the relationship,
she's still with my ex-partner.
Right. Okay. Right. I was just to be clear on what I'm tuning into. Okay. So, do you mind sharing with me your daughter's first initial, please, sweetie?
Yep. It's Abigail. A.
Okay. Okay. No. That's fine. So A for Abigail. So look, I really think she's quite a grown-up 17-year-old. The energy that she's sharing with me is that she knows what she's doing, or she thinks she knows what she's doing. And look, that's all well and fine. I don't feel she has the same, well, obviously she doesn't have the same relationship with your ex-partner that you had, but she doesn't seem to have the same animosity or reservation about how they're going to move forward as far as, cohabitating in a property together. They seem to get on okay. It's you and your ex-partner that seem to have most of the friction. So as far as your daughter's concerned, I think she's quite happy and she's quite stable and quite settled where she is. She doesn't want to move. She doesn't want to come out of that, what she sees as a safe environment, even though she understands your reservations and that you're not happy about it. She will leave in time, but I don't think it's going to be in the short term. I'm looking at the later half of this year, and that will be more because she's going on to something, like going on to a job or going on to some study, or, there's a reason for it. It's not because the two of them have had an argument or anything like that. It's interesting because he seems very protective of your daughter, as if she's like his own flesh and blood. And look, that's a nice thing, but he never really understood your relationship with your daughter. And I find that peculiar.
Right. So,
it's sort of like
he was quite...
Go on, sweetie.
Pardon?
I said, go on, sweetie.
Yeah, no, he is, he's a 50-year-old man. I was with him for a year and a half, and he's a narcissist. So, yeah, like how it all came about, honestly, you could see it in the cards how he treated me. I treated him very good. So I don't know, I don't understand it all either.
No, it makes no sense to me. It's almost like I'm looking at two different men. The one that was with you as your partner, and the way that he treated you was certainly not acceptable. And yet I look at him with your daughter, and he's a totally different sort of man. He's very protective of her. He's very kind to her, and I mean, obviously she feels the same rapport there. And it's like we've cut him in two. The person that should have been nice to you was an absolute a-hole, and over here he's an angel. And that goes with the narcissistic energy too sometimes. So look, I wouldn't be too worried about your daughter. She's fine. She knows how to protect herself, and she will leave, but it won't be through an argument. She'll go because there's better opportunities coming up for her. As far as you're concerned, look, I think you've still got a lot of healing to do, obviously, but I also feel that it's time now that you forgive yourself and sort of say, I went into this with love. I didn't go into it because I was blinded by, his charm or something like that. You knew what you were getting into, but you didn't know to the degree of how nasty he could be. So I want you to sort of forgive yourself now and say, well, look, I went into this with love. I didn't go into it blinded by love. I went into it with an open heart, and this is what I got. So, so that you can start to heal and start to move on. Look, I think before the end of this year, you're going to meet somebody that, and you might say to me, it's too soon at the moment, I'm not ready, but you're going to meet somebody that is going to make your heart sing, that's going to reinstate your faith in love, and, that there is some decent people in the world. It was part of something that was meant to happen for you. I don't think you could have changed it. Whether it was with him or somebody else, you had to learn that lesson. It was part of the journey that you came here on earth to learn, unfortunately, Candace. And, sometimes we need to sort of just go with the flow and acknowledge that and not be too tough on ourselves, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it does, completely, 100%.
Yeah, and, look, some things we can't stop, we can't prevent. I believe we come into this lifetime with a certain amount of karmic lessons we have to complete. And if we don't complete them, say we come in with 10 and we only do 7, well, those 3 get transferred to our next life, plus what we have to do in the next life. So this was one of those lessons. And that's why I said, whether it came with his name or Fred or Bob or John, it wouldn't have mattered. You still had the same lesson to learn. Luckily for you, and I'm saying luckily, you learnt your lesson and you worked through the process very quickly. It could have gone on for years, many years. So, you got out of there in a very short space of time. Your daughter's going to come out of this unscathed. Look, I mean, I don't know that after she leaves there that she's going to continue a friendship with him for very long. I think that will disappear and fade into the never. But when she first leaves, she believes she's going to, and that's okay. Just listen and smile and don't sort of say too much, because the more you say to her against him, the more she's going to go towards him, because she doesn't see the side that you know. And we don't want her to sort of get angry with you because she thinks you're being unfair. Just smile and say, oh, well, that's your interpretation, or, your feeling, that's fine. I have a different opinion, and leave it at that. And, she will learn to respect that as she becomes more mature. But I know that your whole world is about to unfold, and it's going to blossom in a very, very positive way. And, you've learned a lot from this, but you've also learned now, I think, to listen to your own little voice, haven't you? The voice inside you that says, hang on a minute, this is not right. Where you questioned that before, you were unsure about that. Now you're very sure. You know the signs that if if you start to feel uncomfortable with something, you look at it and say, hang on a minute, why am I feeling uncomfortable? Sometimes it's just, it's triggering something from the past. But if it continues to gnaw at you and annoy you, then you know that it's something that's got to be addressed. But I know that you've jumped through some very big hoops in this last 2 years, but you've done it successfully. So, you really need to pat yourself on the back and say, a job well done. This could have gone on for 10 years and it didn't. So that's the bonus. That's the blessing.
Oh, you are a blessing. Thank you.
You're very welcome, sweetie. But you're going into much, much better times. So, look at that and understand that, sometimes there's things that we can't prevent because we're meant to. We're meant to experience. So that's where I've got to leave it, sweetie. I hope that's helped you. And I know you've got so many wonderful things coming ahead. So we're going to talk with Carol now in Cedar Lake in Indiana. Are you there, Carol?
Hi. How are you?
Hi, Carol. I'm very well, thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question for me I can answer?
Are you? Do you?
Why you phoned into the show? You must want something answered.
Intuition. Okay. You don't do this astrology, or just your intuition?
Yeah, because astrology, I can answer something if you want to give me a star sign and if it pertains to a particular area. But if you've got a decision or something that you're troubled about, then they'll give me the information from the other side. And if they want it on an astrological flavour, that's the way they'll present it.
Okay, that's great. That's great. I just wanted to know how you work. My little problem in my life, I have a 20-year-old who is dragging his feet on getting his license. I'm driving him to work and back on my break. We both work at the same business. He's 20. He's, he doesn't have much of a father figure, so I have to be the enforcer. And every time I put my foot down and say, hey, he's got a learner's permit. I'm like, get behind the wheel. Well, he won't. And so, he's dragging his. I think to make a long story short, my son is very smart and he has a lot of capabilities and a lot of gifts, but he doesn't give himself credit and he's a little insecure about driving. And I was just wondering if he's going to get over this. That's only real problem I have.
Okay. Can you share with me his first initial, please?
B. His nickname, not his official initial would be W.
No, we'll go with his nickname because that's the energy that he's sort of.
Do you want to hear his? And do you want just initial or do you want his name?
Yeah, just his initial's fine because that enables me to tune into his soul. It's really interesting because he's absolutely terrified of getting a license. That's what the problem is. He wants it. He knows he needs it, but it's sort of like he gets to a point and it's like he's frozen in fear. It's like, oh my God, it's like. But one of the rare times that a young person sees it as a lethal weapon, your son sees a car as a lethal weapon, which most of them don't. They see it as, they're indestructible and they can do anything. Look, I think he will overcome this. Look, I appreciate the fact that, you needing to be mother, father, auntie, uncle, and everybody all rolled into one, trying to sort of push him and motivate him to sort of take more responsibility for his life. Some young men don't necessarily do it as quickly as what we'd like to see. Your son's one of those. He's what I call a late bloomer. But look, when he does
he's very cautious.
Yes, he's very cautious, but once he overcomes that, there'll be no stopping him. I feel in this next 12 to 15 months, it's going to be sort of almost you're ready to turn your hair out and sort of ready to sort of almost commit hurry-curry. And then all of a sudden he turns around and he comes home and he waves this thing in front of you and says, look, Mum, look what I've got.
Oh, good.
And you think, what are you doing? And it's his driver's license. He hasn't told you he's done the test. He's had his lessons and he comes home as proud as punch to tell you he's got it. And I think the reasons why he's not going to tell you is he's fearful he's going to fail. And if he fails, then, he thinks you're going to sort of say, well, why didn't you do this? And why didn't you do that? So he does it on his own and he does it in his own time. And it's going to take him probably 3 months to achieve it, but he'll take some secret driving lessons with a driving school and get his license. And that's when he's going to do the proudest punch and wave to you that he's got it. And that will be the start of him taking the reins to the rest of his life. It's sort of like that's the confidence boost that he needs. He's going to actually go back and do some more study, that's work related after this happens. This boy's very bright. He just needs to do it in his own time. And, like where somebody else might have done it at 16, he might take till he's 22 to do it. There's no bus timetable. He's a very intuitive, very kind, decent young man. You should be very proud of the young man that you've raised.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
He'll do you a good turn before a bad turn. And that's really important. And it's just that part of it is it's a fear of he doesn't want to grow up. He doesn't want to take responsibility because he knows once he starts
when he was little,
he can't go back.
I remember when he was 5 or 6, he'd be like, Mom, I don't want to grow up. Do I have to? He was, one of those toddlers in tears. I don't want to be an adult. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what he's carried on, and that's what I mean. He's got to be the one.
And I'm spoiling him a little and enabling him. I'm being the chauffeur and everything. He's my pride and joy, and I got my boss teasing me. Hey, how long are you going to drive your son around? I'm like, mind your own business.
Exactly. But just know everything's going to work out. That's where we've got to leave it, Carol. We've come to the end of the show, but just continue to be proud of him. He's a lovely young man and he's going to really shine. So that's where we're going to leave Carol. So it's always interesting when we're dealing with children and, every child develops at a different stage and a different age. And boys sometimes are a little bit later bloomers than girls because, they don't necessarily want to take responsibility. They know what that's going to be, becoming a man, and that's okay. And, we have to work with those sort of energies. So this week I'm going to leave you with a very old song, and it's certainly not hip hop as my producer would like, and it's certainly not, noisy heavy metal or anything like that, but it's a very beautiful old song from an English group and it's called Bus Stop by the Hollies. And I just think it's one of those timeless sort of songs that, it talks about love and it talks about young love and people sort of, getting their confidence about, taking steps in life, to be able to become grown-ups. And, here he sees this girl at the bus stop every day and he daydreams about her and hopes one day she'll be his bride. So what a beautiful song. So until next week, enjoy, your week. And if you're happening to be catching a bus, look out for young people and the sort of the love sparks that fly between them, whether it's on a bus or a train or a tram or, rail car or whatever the case may be. Love blossoms in many different beautiful ways, and you don't always have to be young for love to blossom. It can happen at any age. So until next week, bye for now.